distinguished delegates, guests, representatives from the National Esports Federation, and our valued partners, Puntun, Funtap Games, APT, and APT Online, as well as our sponsor. Good afternoon. This is my great honor to join you on here today at the MCCM 2025 Grand Final. This marking the second consecutive year that Vietnam proudly hosts this remarkable event. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few weeks, I believe that you all have witnessed an extraordinary journey, a tournament that reflects the professional dedication and true regional spirit. From logistics, hospitality, accommodation, and transportation to state production and broadcasting, every detail has shown the commitment and excellence of the organization team and partners. On behalf of the Southeast Asia Esports Federation, CEF, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the organizer, sponsor, and every individual who has worked tirelessly to make this success event. But beyond organization and competition, what truly inspires us today is growth and maturity of the team. The performance we have witnessed demonstration clear progress in skill, strategy, and sportsmanship. Every match, every victory, and every moment of teamwork reflect how far esports in MCCM as well as Southeast Asia region has come and how much potential ahead. More than a tournament, MCCM has become a symbol of regional cooperation. From this MCCM tournament, a lifeline connecting our five nations, we are building an open, dynamic, and sustainable esports community where young talent are discovered and developed, and where shared dreams take flight. We are not only competing to each other, we are sharing knowledge, resources, and opportunities, ensuring that every nation in our region can rise on its own strengths and identity. Under CEF vision, the development of the Southeast Asia esports is guided by three key pillars. The first pillar is the regional connectivity, strengthening the cooperation platforms such as MCCM, where the nation exchange expertise and elevate the organization standard. The second pillar is a sustainable growth, focusing on talent development, professional ecosystem, and empowering youth participation. The third pillar is global integration. We positioning Southeast Asia as a united, dynamic, and influential presence on the world esports map. Ladies and gentlemen, today MCCM Grand Final is more than a celebration of the competition. It represents a milestone in our regional shared journey. A journey there where esports become a bridge of the culture. The creativity and technology exchange across Asia, Southeast Asia. From Hanoi, we send a powerful message to the world. When all member nations, member esports federation share one vision, one commitment, and one passion, we can lead the future of esports in the region. Congratulations to all the team for your dedication and spirit throughout this season. Thank you to the organizing committee, our partners, and the fans who support and make MCCM not just a tournament, but a symbol of unity, passion, and progress. May MCCM continue to grow, and may it stand a shining symbol of the connection and sustainable development for the Mekong region as well as the Southeast Asia esports community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your insightful sharing. Xin được chân thành cảm ơn những chia sẻ đầy cảm hứng và chân thành vừa rồi đến từ phía ông Đỗ Việt Hùng. Và quý vị ạ, thông qua phần chia sẻ vừa rồi thì chúng tôi mới thấy rằng những nỗ lực và tâm huyết ra sao của trưởng ban tổ chức của chúng tôi. Và như ông đã từng chia sẻ thì đây là năm thứ 2 mà Việt Nam được trở thành nước chủ nhà đăng cai MCCM. Và đây thực sự là một cơ hội rất tuyệt vời cho chúng tôi khi được gặp rất nhiều những người bạn bè quốc tế, được gặp gỡ tất cả những quốc gia ở trong khu vực Đông Nam Á và khu vực sông Mekong của chúng ta, là một cơ hội để chúng ta có thể tiếp tục chia sẻ những kinh nghiệm chuyên môn và đặc biệt tiếp tục nâng cao những tài năng trẻ trong lĩnh vực esports. Và chúng tôi tin chắc rằng với những giá trị cốt lõi mà chúng tôi theo đuổi tại MCCM, chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau mang đến những sân chơi tích cực, năng động, sáng tạo và phát triển hơn nữa của ngành esports, và sẽ giúp cho esports trở thành một nơi phát triển rực rỡ trên thị trường của cả quốc tế cũng như khu vực. Một lần nữa rất hy vọng rằng những chia sẻ của ông sẽ tiếp tục được phát huy và được nhân rộng. Và cũng trong chia sẻ vừa rồi thì ông cũng có gửi rất nhiều những lời chia sẻ, là những lời cảm ơn đến những đối tác, những đơn vị và những doanh nghiệp đã cùng đồng hành để giúp cho trận đấu có thể được diễn ra một cách suôn sẻ và được trọn vẹn nhất. Xin được cảm ơn toàn thể những ekip, những người đã cùng đứng sau những trận đấu. Cảm ơn tất cả những tuyển thủ đã hết mình cho tất cả những đêm, những ngày đã diễn ra trận đấu và những đêm đã phải luyện tập. Và chúng tôi đặc biệt gửi một lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các khán giả, vì chính nhờ các bạn mà chúng tôi mới có thể đi đến những hành trình dài như ngày hôm nay. Và quý vị thân mến, ngay bây giờ có lẽ là các bạn đã được nhìn thấy một điều mới lạ trên sân khấu của chúng ta rồi được không ạ? Chiếc cúp của MCCM mùa thứ 6 đã xuất hiện trên sân khấu. Và đội tuyển nào sẽ trở thành chủ nhân của chiếc cúp vô địch này? Một chiếc cúp thì chỉ có một, và giải vô địch cũng chỉ có một. Nhưng chúng ta sẽ có 2 đội tuyển xuất sắc góp mặt trong trận đấu chung kết của ngày hôm nay. Ngay bây giờ, hãy cùng với chúng tôi chào đón những gương mặt, những tuyển thủ của 2 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất đã vượt qua các trận đấu căng thẳng và vô cùng kịch tính để cùng góp mặt trong trận chung kết tranh cúp khu vực Mekong bộ môn Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, let's join me in welcoming to the stage all members of the 2 outstanding teams who are here for competing for this Champion Cup right now. Và đầu tiên, quý vị hãy cùng với chúng tôi chào đón và giới thiệu lên sân khấu những thành viên đến từ đại diện nước chủ nhà Việt Nam, Saigon Phantom. And let's welcome the team members from Saigon Phantom. Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với chúng tôi chào đón lên sân khấu các thành viên của Saigon Phantom. Right now, let's welcome Gold Laner Malexi. And right now, let's set a warm welcome to Rowan M. Su. And our mid laner, the mid laner, Hideo. The next team member, let's welcome Junko Yowaski. Right now, let's welcome the last member of Saigon Phantom. Let's welcome Except Leonard Meo. Và quý vị, đội tuyển đầu tiên đã xuất hiện rồi. Và đối thủ của những anh chàng này là ai ạ? LEON Esports! Right now, let's welcome team members for LEON Esports. Please join me in welcoming them to stage. Let's welcome Gold Leonard Lamont. the next team member, Roam Jinsu. Now, meet Leonard Aki. And welcome, Jungle Water. The last member of LEON Esports is, except Leonard, Juliana. Và thưa quý vị, và đó chính là hai đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất của mùa giải MCCM mùa thứ 6. And let's give a round of applause to the two outstanding teams right now. They are so decisive for this final grand. Và quý vị thân mến, để ngay bây giờ chúng tôi có thể cùng với các tuyển thủ sẵn sàng, xin được mời các thành viên của hai đội tuyển sẽ cùng di chuyển về vị trí khu vực thi đấu. Và xin được mời hai đội trưởng sẽ nán lại trên sân khấu để cùng với chúng tôi giao lưu và chia sẻ những cảm xúc của hai vị đội trưởng trước những giây phút kịch tính nhất của ngày hôm nay. So right now we would love to invite the two team members to come to the competition arena, and we would have a quick interview with the two captains right now. And now please come closer to the Champion Cup. The two captains, please come closer to me, to the Champion Cup right here. Xin được mời hai đội trưởng có thể tiến lại gần chiếc cúp vô địch này để chúng ta cảm nhận được năng lượng của sử dụng mạnh và tinh thần của sự chiến đấu. Và trước tiên xin phép được có những chia sẻ đến với đội trưởng của Saigon Phantom. Không biết rằng hiện tại đội trưởng của Saigon Phantom đang có những cảm xúc gì, đặc biệt là khi chúng ta đang tiếp tục chạm trán với đối thủ mà mình đã từng chiến thắng ở vòng bảng. Xin mời bạn.
Dạ, tụi em chào chị. Tụi em cũng cảm thấy tự tin và phấn khởi khi mà gặp lại Leon ở trận chung kết này.
Rất tự tin và thoải mái đúng không ạ? Một tràng vào tay để cổ vũ cho Saigon Phantom. And next, I would love to hear more from your emotions right now. How do you feel about facing Saigon Phantom once again, especially in today's decisive grand finals?
I feel that there's still pressure because SGP beat us on group stage. But I still trust my teammates that we can do this together. And we will use that defeat as motivation to win MCCM Grand Finals.
Yes, thank you so much for your sincere sharings. Và đó chính là những chia sẻ đến từ hai đội tuyển của chúng ta. Và chúng tôi xin được gửi những lời chúc đến cho Saigon Phantom cũng như là LEON Esports sẽ có những trận đấu thật là mạnh mẽ, tỉnh táo, tỏa sáng và sẽ có những kết quả tốt nhất dành cho cả hai đội. Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho hai đội đã cùng đến với trận đấu cuối cùng này. Chúc cho tất cả chúng ta sẽ có những năng lượng tuyệt vời nhất cho những giây phút chiến đấu tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn các bạn và xin được mời hai đội trưởng có thể quay trở về vị trí chiến đấu của mình. Thank you so much, and now you can come back to the competition arena to be ready for today's match. Thank you so much. Xin được cảm ơn hai đội trưởng rất nhiều. Và quý vị thân mến, như vậy rằng tất cả những tình cảm của các bạn, tất cả những tuyển thủ từ phía hai đội đều có thể cảm nhận được. Và chính vì vậy, với sự nồng nhiệt đó, với sự sẵn sàng và tất cả những năng lượng mà các bạn gửi đến cho cả hai đội tuyển, ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với chúng tôi bắt đầu trận chung kết của M Challenge Cup Mekong MCCM mùa thứ 6 để cùng với nhau tìm ra cái tên xứng đáng cho chức nhà vô địch của năm nay để góp mặt vào M7 Wildcard. Và ngay bây giờ, hãy cùng lắng nghe tín hiệu từ ban caster. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand finals of MCCM Season 6, where we are going to determine the champion and the team that will advance to the M7 wildcard. And let's get their signal from our commentators. Let's begin.
Thank you very much to our host, and now welcome to the M Challenge Cup Season 6 Mekong here. This is the grand finals. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Stafa, and it's going to be between Saigon Phantoms going up against Leon, where this is a revenge match from Leon, where they did lose before in Group A, but hey, it's a different day, and this time, it's a best of 7. How do you feel it's going to turn out, Stafa?
Honestly, I cannot tell how this is going to go at all. Now, of course, just based off of historical data, we know that Saigon Phantom was able to take down Leon pretty handedly when they met in the group stages. But I get the feeling that these teams have had more time to kind of figure out how the meta is developing, figure out what feels the best for them to play. And of course, Leon coming off a pretty strong momentum as well, just winning their semifinals against 3V Esports. That last game was truly one to remember, and I hope that we get to see even more memorable gameplays from these squads here in the grand finals.
Yep, and honestly, I would say in day number 1, there was a lot of things that is uncomfortable because we just started off of a very fresh patch. So I feel like both teams have not been able to be ready, but now in the grand finals, there's a few days, so they should be ready. And now we got to look at what they're fighting for. The champion will go home with 3,000 USD. Second is 1,000. But the important thing here is the slot to the M7 wild card. We already have one representative coming in from Vietnam, waiting in the wild cards. And this time, Saigon Phantom wishes to join them, but all the way from Laos here, LEON Esports. They want to come up as the victors so that they can represent Laos in the wild card.
Laos has been a regular attendee of the M Series wildcards for a little while now, so imagine they want to maintain their position and once again show themselves on the international stage. Phantom is certainly not going to make it easy for them. A team that has yet to drop a single game ever since the beginning of the MCCM, sweeping 8-9 quite one-sidedly in the grand finals. In the semifinals, my bad, they are not going to hold anything back.
Yep, and here we saw how Leon, they won against 3V, but it was not an easy victory, where 3V in the very first game in their semifinals showed up and won very decisively. And then in the last game, man, game number 4, it was up to 40 minutes of the game, one of the best MLBB I've ever seen. So now this is the grand final. Saigon Phantom going up against Leon, a revenge match of Group A. And Leon, this time having plenty of play and plenty of time to understand the meta. We do have to see how things really shift up for this grand finals. Speaking of which, we'd like to say thank you to our sponsor, Visa, and broadcasting partners, Fang TV, On Live Esports, FPT Play, and of course, the network service partner, FPT Wi-Fi 7, and the group stage venue where it is happening in a college, Hanoi University of Civil Engineering, where we did see quite a lot of people there, even seeing the Vietnamese flag.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of plays we'll get to witness here on the grounds of the venue, and of course the reactions of the fans and the players themselves once all of this concludes. This is going to be our one and only best of 7 series of the entire MCCM Season 6. And when the semifinals started, we talked about how a best of 5 would give these teams a little bit more time to get to know their opponents and figure out exactly how they tick. A best of 7 is going to be another beast altogether.
Yep. One of the things that I have discovered through the few days of playing, looks like now there's a very dangerous item combination. And I would say a little bit of spell as well, where when you have the Guardian Helmet as well as the Pauldron, the Chastised Pauldron, where essentially if you drop below 30% HP and then the heal triggers, you go back to full HP. Kind of a bit broken, but you know, that just shows how tankier heroes have really gotten a buff and making it so that attack speed heroes are becoming less and less prevalent to the point where, you know, tests came out and said, okay, with Oracle it's full HP. What about without Oracle? Oh, still full HP. Okay, now that's something. Okay, now without Guardian Helmet, just a little bit over half HP. So the Pauldron, the healing is really no joke.
I didn't even know that myself. Up until now, we haven't actually seen a Chastised Pauldron being constructed here. But let us talk about the intrepid players that are going to be facing off. On the side of Leon, we got Juliana, Water, Jinzu, Agi, and Lamaj. And for Saigon Phantom, it's going to be Meow, Emzu, Jawowski, Malik TZ, and Hyde. These are players that have already earned the admiration and hearts of fans across the world with their performance throughout this tournament, but only one of them will be able to claim that coveted M7 wildcard slot.
Yeah, we got to talk about the notable heroes for each team. It is going to be Jawowski as well as Malik TZ for Saigon Phantoms, and for Leon, it's going to be Juviana as well as Agi. Though I do have to say, Water, especially with that Lancelot, is really starting to show up as an amazing playmaker for the team. And just to remind ourselves, I would say one of the things that made Leon lost against Saigon Phantom was the draft, where they just allowed Saigon Phantom to get Yisun Shin and Eve for all 3 games, and they could not find an answer for it.
Yeah, that was definitely a big mistake coming in from 189 Esports during the semifinals, where the Yisun Shin Eve combo was 100% win rate. For some reason, wasn't contested, wasn't banned out at all. I imagine that LEON Esports will be able to use that experience to figure out how they want to approach this. Because in their semifinals matches, Saigon Phantom went double fighter side lane for basically every single game. And LEON actually seems to be pretty good at dealing with those sort of things, since they do have that export gold lane hidden in the back pocket. But that's actually not the matchup we're witnessing on the very first day. They were actually taken out by a Harif gold lane during their group stages. Will we see variations in the draft? Will it go back to the same issues that we had at the very beginning? These are all things that I am curious to witness.
I feel like the safest thing is definitely just go for the things that have proven to work. Because they only realistically have 1 day of rest, which is yesterday on Saturday, and I really don't know if they use that time to reset or they use that time to figure out a new strategy to be using for today. Because using a new strategy has that advantage that your opponents might not know how to deal with it, but it also runs the risk where you don't have enough practice on that new lineup or the new rotation, making it so that you make unnecessary mistakes compared to the strategy that you're much used to.
That is definitely true, especially now that we are in the grand finals and you know that you are only 1 step away from representing your country and your entire region at the M7 wildcards. It might be a little bit difficult to decide whether you want to take those risks, but at the same time, it's a best of 7 series. You do have a good amount of leeway to experiment and maybe catch your opponents off guard at the same time. That is going to be up to these players, up to these coaches. We've already seen how important the drafting is, especially with the advent of a new meta. So hopefully we get to see sparks fly.
Something that we do have to know if we're talking about the meta as well as the draft is that we got to talk about the safe heroes that is being used by basically all teams and have provided some form of success. We got to talk about the Hayabusa, Yisun Shin, as well as the Lancelot being the primary junglers that are amazing in this lineup. And I would say that Eve is such a huge shout for both teams, where Kimi is good, but sometimes is banned. And of course, we got to talk about that Gatot Kacha as well. Almost instant pick if you're second pick. Haven't seen a lot of the Grok, but I would say these 5 heroes are definitely the ones that we got to look out for.
Besides that, I think that the EXP laners also share pretty similar hero pools. Meow and Juviana both play quite a lot of Yuzong, play quite a lot of Alice. They like being divers, the main initiators, so we might see some contention over there. But at this point, I think the meta has started stabilizing a little bit here in MCCM. Like you pointed out, there's a few common heroes that always show up. There's a few heroes that typically get banned out. And you basically have to decide, do you want to go for regular scaling, in which case the only really viable gold laners now are going to be the Harif and the Granger, or if you want to try and cheese things out with a double fighter side lane.
By the way, I see the comment. Hello. I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, hello. We're reading the comment section for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And now, looking at the players here, they are getting ready. By the way, shout outs to Hausen from Munton, Malaysia, coming over to really celebrate this M Challenge Cup. And now we're jumping into draft here. It looks like Leon is going to be first pick with Traquarista as their coach and Saigon Phantom with Sabo as the coach. And they are going to be playing, looks like going to be flying clouds here. So now Leon as the first pick, wonder what is going to be the priority, where I would say maybe try to get that Yi Sun-shin so that you don't give it over to SGP. But then again, Water has shown his mechanics on the Lancelot. I can see an argument just ignoring Yi Sun-shin and then just grab the Lancelot for yourself.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like Water is the most consistent on these high mobility assassins like the Lancelot. Also played a pretty mean Joy, though it wasn't the most consistent because the game ended up going to 40 minutes long. So if SGP are able to contest those straight away and try to force Water into a more defensive position with heroes like the Fredrin, we've already seen that LEON Esports has a little bit of difficulty dealing with the earlier stages, which is where Saigon Phantom specializes in. They have really aggressive rotations and like going for quick snowballs.
Yep. I like that you brought up Fredrin because I do want to see if the teams will try to opt for Boxia as well as Fredrin with the I would say tank item buffs. I really think that they are potentially super powerful here, where maybe because of those picks, eventually we will see CC as well. But looks like CC is getting banned here, which I want to note here, Staffa. Leon banned out the Jushin as well as the CC. Both are really strong against heavy frontline. So this in a way kind of shows that maybe Leon wants to play more heavy frontline. If it's not the jungler, it could be the roamer, seeing something like a Hylos or a Gatokacha.
That is possible. LEON Esports, while being slightly a little slower in the early game, is also a team that likes to go for quick rotations. We've already seen how active they can be on the map, especially when they're playing double fighter side lane with the gold lane X-Borg. So there is a chance that they want to go for multiple fighters. They also very consistently like giving Juviana the Yu Zong. So getting rid of heroes that would give that a bit of a problem seems to be the priority.
Yeah, but if we're talking about Juviana, we got to talk about his pocket pick here. When there's none, he will go for that Arlet. And so far, his Arlet has been good, both in lane as well as, I would say, in the team fight. So definitely for Leon, I'm really looking if they're willing to go for, again, going for that Fredrin, just to have that amazing combination.
It's possible, but I remember last time Water played Fredrin, it didn't go all that well. Looks like the Hayabusa is getting banned out now, so that is respect over to Jawowski, one of his most high-level heroes overall, though it does still keep open heroes like the Yi Sun-shin. The first thing that Leon needs to do is make sure that Saigon Phantom doesn't have access to the YSS Eve combo that basically destroyed 189 Esports the other day.
Yep. Although I do have to say, I do agree with this Hayabusa ban because Jawowski on that Hayabusa, it's almost uncounterable. That the guy has been unstoppable. I mean, like, SGP has not dropped a single game. Not entire series, a single game. So, full respects here. And now SGP, they're really deciding what is going to be the final ban here. It looks like they're going to be batting out that Kimi, Leon. This is going to be a very crucial first pick here for the team.
How do they want to start things off? Yi Sun-shin is open, Lancelot is open. I think these would be the obvious pickups. If you really want to lock in EA, there is the option to do that. Though, of course, that means you risk the Valentina stealing it away. With Kalea already taken off the table, Gatot also increases quite a lot in priority. So Leon does have a few choices, but the Baxia going to be their first one.
Yep. Wondering about going for that tank jungle. They have one day, so maybe they saw certain interactions where they understood that the tank jungle might be coming back into the meta here, especially considering the bans that they took. But this does mean that their mid laner is going to be pretty important here. The fact that they don't have the Kimi, they need to opt for a Lunox or an Eve to go for that consistent damage. But Agi did have a MVP showing with that Valentina, and so there is a very good chance that they will pick up Valentina, maybe Blue 4 or Blue 5. So I wonder what is going to be the follow-up here. SGP immediately picking up the Eve as well as the Harif. So now Leon, they have a cheeky play where they can flex the Baxia over to Rome and pick up the Yi Sun-shin, further decreasing the hero pool in the jungle.
Yeah, that is a possibility. In fact, I'm pretty sure Saigon didn't pick YSS because they figured this Baxia was guaranteed jungle, but it looks like Leon is not flexing in that direction. They grabbed the Lapu Lapu for now just to keep the side lanes a bit more flexible. They also pair it up with the Farsa to make sure they can match Eve's artillery.
So this should be a Yi Sun-shin pick unless Saigon Phantom has something hidden in the jungle pool, because other than that, maybe they go for a Yu Zhong or go for an Alice, making sure that someone is there to stop the Farsa. I kind of feel like picking your jungle or EXP here would be a good shot.
Interesting. I thought it was going to be the Yi Sun-shin versus that combo that won them the semifinal, but looks like Jawowski is going to be on the land slot for the very first game of the grand finals here, and now we will enter the second ban phase. If it was a Yi Sun-shin, I would have said Saigon would probably want to ban the X-Borg since it leans a lot of credence towards double fighter side lane, but now that they are playing the land slot and they already had the Harif previously, X-Borg can probably be left off the bans.
Yep. For Saigon Phantom, I think it is still safe for you to ban the gold laner, betting on something like the Granger. But looks like they are still thinking this Baxia can be a flex, so they are betting out that Yi Sun-shin. And for Leon, I feel like they need to ban. Well, they don't need to ban. I feel like it's a safe ban to ban out the Gatot so that it doesn't interrupt the Farsa. But it is notable that the Baxia is a very strong matchup against the Gatot, so I think it's still a good ban. But even if they don't, they already have ways to fight against it.
Yeah, I think Leon, their choices are basically ban Gatot or Yu Zhong and Alice, I think, because those are going to be the ones that really mess with the Farsa most entirely. You already have a Lancelot to deal with. You also have to worry about Black Dragon form or the Alice or Yu Zhong jumping into your backline. That can really mess you up. Looks like Gatot Kacha is going to be the first one they remove. I expect another EXP laner to be taken out after this. Meanwhile, Saigon gets rid of the other top gold lane pick, the Granger.
I kind of feel like between the two, it's safer to ban out that Yu Zhong. Alice is still a monster, but I feel like the Yu Zhong has the added advantage of just zoning people away from objectives. So it kind of pairs very well with Eve, where you complete a lineup that is very strong around the river. It looks like they're going for something different here and betting out that Uranus, which we have seen Uranus actually doing very well here in the M Challenge Cup.
And now that they've banned Uranus, it means that Leon might be considering double fighter, though it's a little bit risky to do so. I figured if Saigon picks up Yu Zhong or Alice, Leon could grab the other one. But they are a little bit lacking in scaling right now. I do think they might have to go for a more typical gold lane option. The Grok gonna be locked in by Saigon, and we already see a very potent teamfight combo, Grok and Eve.
And not to say this denies the Farsa of a lot here. Almost every single member for SGP has kill pressure over their Farsa. So I really feel like they need another damage dealer, because I feel like one is kind of out of the picture at this point. I just wonder what is going to be the other pick here, especially in terms of gold lane, because I haven't seen the Beatrix for a while, but I think the Beatrix is quite solid because she doesn't depend on attack speed. The only problem is she scales very slowly with the nerfs of the gold in the minions. So it looks like they go for the 1/1 as well as the Hellcurt. So is this going to be a Hellcurt roam or a Hellcurt jungle?
I think it is most likely a Hellcurt roam here to maybe try and outpace the Grok. The 1/1 also going to show up. I am a little bit concerned about this because I do feel like there's not a lot of crowd control on Leon's side to keep people in place for the couple of tank stacks. But at the same time, having heroes like Grok and Eve that are generally slower might allow Lamage to get that built up. Arlet now gonna be the final pick for Saigon, and this is looking to be a very scary teamfight lineup.
Yep, and as I said, it is his pocket pick. So looks like Saigon Phantoms, they are... Oh, sorry, this is a pocket pick for Juviata, but looks like this time Saigon Phantom is going to be picking up to flex on them. I would say Saigon Phantom definitely has the easier composition to execute, because whenever you have a Hellcurt, it really is heavy on that execution, and you have very small room for error here. And I'm worried about this 1/1 just because the range that Saigon Phantom has is quite large, so that she might even die before she gets that full weakness stack. So I'm really worried about the lineup for Leon here, where there is a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. Leon does have pretty high early kill pressure with Hellcurt and Farsa, but they really need to depend on pickoffs before the fight even begins. Because if they go in straight 5v5, they are so vulnerable to backline dive and just a big final slash with Tectonic Charge catching the entire team off guard. Saigon Phantom definitely looks to be in a better position here with this lineup, but who knows? We could see a surprise for game number 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a very different lineup coming in from Leon. They have not shown this draft at all during the entire stage of the M Challenge Cup, from the group stage to the semifinals. But here in the grand finals, looks like they have something cooking up here. We do have to see how will this shape up. If they do have that early game, then hey, we're probably looking at a very strong opening for Leon here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the M Challenge Cup Season 6. One river, two rivals, but only one can be champion.
A single best-of-7 series now stands between these two teams, these 10 players, and a slot to the M7 wild cards to show their stuff once again on the international stage. Will it be LEON Esports or Saigon Phantom? Looks like both junglers going to be starting on their purple buffs, and instantly a rotation mid, forcing a flicker out from MZU.
Yep. Again, they do need that early game, especially because their mid trio has it, and now Agi taking a lot of damage. Oh, wait!
Now, wait, what? Agi messed up the flicker, auto-targeted it. Here comes Jinzu from the back. Hyde gets traded, 1-for-1 in the mid.
That has to be some nerve kicking in. That was a very big mistake. I don't mind flickering, but you flickered forward towards your opponent. It was still a trade of 1-for-1, so overall not that big of a deal, but hey, game number 1 already showing how intense this must be for the players.
It definitely, hold on, Meow in some trouble. Jinzu comes down, not able to find the pick off, but definitely causing Juviana to have more control over the EXP lane. This is exactly how a Hellcurt should be playing, I will say.
Yep. And now Agi being zoned off the minions here. Looks like water is going to come to neutralize it back, because this is something that mid laners have been doing the entire M Challenge Cup, just denying the mid of the minions. So Agi is still on his way to get level 4 before the turtle starts. So far, no disruption coming in from both teams. So we might see a more fair fight here for this first turtle.
First turtle going to be an important one. Being able to get that early kill on High did slow down his farm, but Agi also still level 3 at this point. Saigon should have a slight advantage since, once again, they have a really strong teamfight composition. So MZU doesn't have his ult yet. Nice dodge! The flicker Landshaker misses another ulti of him into the final slash! They push the back in! Juliana goes down and Water gets blasted! Which means the first turtle goes to Saigon Phantom.
There was a lot going on for Saigon Phantom that was good, and now Jinzu gets taken down. One of the things is Saigon Phantom clearly has a game plan for that turtle, because we saw how Water was waiting around, and Malik Teasy getting targeted here. Agi gets the kill. And what I was saying is that Jawowski continued on farming, getting level 5 against Water's level 4, so they still had a very clear level advantage, making it so that even without that great setup, Phantom had the higher chance of success in that previous turtle.
Yeah, having more crowd control, having more team fight ults. Jawowski in trouble. Nice combo from the Hellcurt Baxia, but Jawowski wants to fight back. Forces a flicker out from Jinzu. He's going to need to dash through the turtle pit, so there's going to be no kill here.
Yep. Again, showing how the Lancelot is still very, very strong in his meta. Even if you do gank him, he has a high probability of actually getting a kill back. Right now, 3 minutes in, no one has completed a single item just yet. But looking at the components here, it looks like MZU might actually be going for that Black Eye Shield first, making sure that he's much more tankier. And then looking at the item coming in from Jinzu, may go for a Fury Hammer first. But we can see that in the first 3 minutes, he's not getting a lot of farm. He's not completed yet.
3-man gank onto Meow. He tries to dash through, not able to survive it. Jinzu finishes him off. So we're already seeing very aggressive rotations from Leon.
Yep. And now MZU as well as Hyde is here. Leon should be able to get out of there. Juviana, a big item power spike here, having that War Axe, making it so that a prolonged fight around this turtle is going to be very, very good for them. But I kind of feel like with the draft that Leon has, they got to be careful of the setup that SGP will do. Maybe if they can get a catch, go for a kill first before contesting the turtle, might be beneficial for the team.
Ooh, the flicker land shaker on 2. Jawowski in trouble. Final start pushes them into the tower, but Jinzu finishes off the landslot. Now Meow, the one in some danger, has the flicker away. Jinzu still very healthy. Gonna focus on the tower. Meow jumps back in, just narrowly dodges the death of the deadly stingers. Nice wall blocks in Juviana into the tectonic charge. Hyde picks him up. Jinzu still waiting for a chance to jump in on Meow. He recalls, he forgets the Hellcurt is still there. He goes down. RWM catches the Hellcurt. Jinzu one click away, but the flicker forward gets the killing spree for Hyde.
Overall, amazing coming in from both teams, trading blow for blow. And right now, looking at the damage dealt here, Hyde has done the amount damage. And look at that, Malik Teasy gets taken down by Lamaj on a 1v1.
Excellent first crossbow of Tang here from LEON Esports. They understand that their composition going to be a little less effective in team fights, so just avoid doing so in the first place. They are moving across the map and applying pressure wherever they can.
Jinzu right now having 4 kills, and this is, in my opinion, a blessing in disguise, because Jinzu dies after he gets the kill, which is not good, but at the same time, does deny any shutdown goal for SGP. So even though, like, it seems it's not good, but I think it's actually fairly good for Jinzu, so that even if he does die, he does not have that weight on top of him where you're going to give too much gold to your opponents.
But at the same time, Jinzu having so many kills means that the farm isn't being distributed to the more important core players. And despite their pressure up until now, the net worth difference is still pretty even. So Saigon Phantom are still perfectly fine.
Looks like the mid is having a little bit difficulty getting gold, but at least we can see that Lamaj is almost 4,000 gold, so definitely much higher than Jinzu here. But yeah, Agi needs to catch up a little bit, but as a Farsight, you kind of don't need that much items.
Here comes the Dark Knight Falls. Jinzu chasing down Hyde in the backline, focusing on the Eve. The Tectonic Charge comes out into the RW, and Jinzu flickers backward. Hyde barely dodges it, and now Jawowski is here. Crushes the cockroach. Is here, but the flicker forward. Juviana with the shutdown double kill. Picks up Hyde and Emsu, but Water going to end up traded by Meow in the front line.
Yep, Water as well as Jinzu died. It hurts more for Water than Jinzu, but you gave Juviana that double kill, making it so that he should be able to get his second item very, very soon, giving him a very good opportunity to actually do more in the fights. And we look at here, it's very well coordinated, but Hyde, again, playing this Eve amazingly is able to dodge a lot of abilities until Juviana eventually arrived. Flicker forwards, gets that double kill, and almost had enough damage to deal with Jawowski. But again, a lot of blows traded.
Water going to successfully steal the turtle away from Jawowski, trying to dash through. Nice Dreamman, knock him into Tectonic Charge! Dreamman! From the Grok, Meow with the double kill. Juviana gets blocked off by the wall, make that a triple for the Arlet. But Jinzu going to find a solo kill on Malik Teasy in the top lane.
This is one dangerous Eve, Staffa. How many times the Eve has been targeted and yet able to outplay it beautifully. Almost looking like has no cooldown on that flicker. Every single time an attempt happens, the flicker is there. And then following up with the RWM, setting up perfectly for his own team to get a good counter engage. Hyde, like, I don't know, in terms of the numbers, maybe you don't see it, but he's clearly the MVP for this one.
Definitely. They've been trying to take him out so often, but Emsu doing a good job of sticking with his mid laner and using whatever is needed to keep him alive to dish out that DPS. Though as a result of this, I think Malik Teasy is unfortunately biting the bullet on his team's behalf. Harif currently 0 and 3. His farm is not looking all that good.
Yep, only 4,500 gold. Second lowest in his team, in fact. Especially Malik Teasy, known to have an amazing Harif, but I think he will take that trade here. Meow looks like is going to get ganged by Water, but should be able to get out of here no problem.
Predators are going to hurt quite hard. Water backs off just in time to make sure Final Slash doesn't catch him. Juviana dashes away from the wall as well. Saigon not able to stop Leon from retreating back to their jungle.
You know, we can see that Jinzu using the Dark Knight Falls as well to make sure that his friends is able to escape with no problem, able to get that turret essentially for free. But now the Lord is going to spawn up top, wondering how both team is going to approach this, because so far, whenever there's fights around the river, it does seem to be on Saigon Phantom's side.
Does seem to be the case. Saigon has been a team shown to be having a very effective control over the river, and should be even more so when they have heroes like Eve and Champion. Now they're trying to contest for the first Lord. Leon is nearby, but can they walk up on this?
Yep. And all the while, Jinzu is getting turrets for himself. Water tries to go in, but gets stopped.
Nice wall, nice charge, blocks off the Baxia, and Water is just left by his lonesome. A beautiful collapse from Saigon Phantom. They take the first Lord easily thanks to MZU's lockdown.
Yeah, definitely we gotta talk about this Grok, man, because the Grok always gets banned. Rarely do we see him show up, but every single time he shows up, doesn't matter who, is absolutely amazing. Right now, Saigon Phantom's Jaworski as well as High dealing the most amount of damage, followed up by Agi as well as Meow. Something that we can say about Saigon Phantom is that their box of influence is huge, and there's almost no way for Leon to go in without getting punished. This Grok, this Arlet, as well as this Eve, make it so that anyone that gets inside range is going to get punished so hard. And look at this, Emzo is not taking much damage anymore coming in from Agi, and the reverse of it, Hyde and Jaworski is doing so much damage against Leon, making it very unfair for their fight.
Tectonic charge on 2, but he may have time too far. M2 goes down. Lamont though gonna get cut out. Jaworski, that's just the back line. Hyde gonna be chased down by Juviana, flickers away. Meow being shut down though by Agi. It looks like Saigon Phantom may have dived a little bit too deep there. They lose 3 in exchange for only 1.
And now Jaworski spots out Jinzu. Jinzu unable to get the flank to get a kill here. But maybe he has eyes on the Hive. 0, 3, and 1 with a Purify. There is a good shot that he can go for the kill, but looks like he is not going to be risking it. Probably waiting for one more item. And Malik Teasy shows that he knows that Jinzu was going after him. So now looking at the dynamics here, Staffa, SGP has an amazing draft for that team fight. But if somehow Leon is able to isolate them, then there is a chance that Jinzu could get a very cheeky assassination. So Leon has to make it more messy. Leon has to make it more chaotic. Where SGP, they got to keep it standard. Keep it very, very cool. Keep it very, very honest.
That's basically been the name of the game from the very beginning, and Leon is well aware of it. That's why they were sending Jinzu and Agi everywhere in the first couple of minutes to try and capitalize on their pickup style composition. Now that we've reached the mid game, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Conceal from MZU, they're gonna cancel out the feathered airstrike. They do find someone in the jungle though. Meow dashing in, but he's taking a lot of damage. Juviana finishes him up, and Malik is committed to Zaman Force. He wants to kill on Lamaj. He will find it, pop the Purify, but oh my god,
what?
he's actually out. He survives.
That shield was enough to stop Juviana from getting that kill onto him. I was really thinking he was gonna die. He dived against 4. He got that kill, so he would justify that as worth it. But the fact that he survived, oh my goodness! That shield saved him, man.
I thought he was dead for sure. I was already setting up for it. You can imagine our shock there, but that was actually very crucial. Malik diving, finding a kill on 1-1, and surviving allows Saigon to start setting up for this next Lord.
Yep, and now the Lord looks like they are just going to go for it, not thinking any contest will happen. Jaworski is going to secure it.
Juviana jumps in, Feathered Airstrike used as well. RWN blocks him in, Flicker Landshaker finds 2, but this might be a little bit too deep from the Lapu Lapu. Though at the same time, they might just be buying time for Jinzu. He's split pushing up top lane. They catch Meow with the stun, sets up the crossbow of Tang, and Lamaj takes the disguise, takes down the Arlet. But the fight is still ongoing. The walls are coming out. Damage is not quite there. Tectonic Charge finds 2. Malik TZ pops the Summon Force. Once again, they want to fight this. There's no more crossbow of Tang. Looks like Leon not going to take this risk. Feathered Airstrike has come out once again. And that's going to force Saigon Phantom back.
Yep, and again, look at Jaworski.
Whoa! He found him! That was such a huge burst from the Deadly Stinger, Jinzu! Setting up for his team, they find Malik TZ as well, an instant reversal.
And again, this is what we were talking about, how Saigon Phantoms, they want to make it so that this is a textbook game, but Leon, they got to avoid that. Whenever you think this is not a fight angle, that's when you fight. And Jinzu taking down Meow! What was that?
That damage from the Deadly Stingers! Jinzu is level 15. He's the first one on his team to hit it. Forget the cores. This Hellcurt is actually the main problem.
Jinzu has been hiding this the entire M Challenge Cup, and now it looks like the investment is worth it to make sure your opponent does not know you have this in the bag. Look at this, Jinzu going up against Jawowski. Looks like is able to escape out of that. But now Stafa, the momentum, the shift has gone over for Leon. And again, the moment you think this is a bad fight to take, that's when Leon takes it. So the SGP have no idea how to respond.
SGP is trying to play a standard game, but they're being caught off by the different tempos that Leon is playing thanks to their more skirmishy lineup. Jinzu especially has been doing an excellent job of coming in at off angles when SGP is just not really expecting an attack. Looking at the itemization here, he's nearly full build. He's actually the richest person on his team.
Yep, maybe going for that BOD last item, but the Pauldron is being built by Mzu, so as long as he's able to get close to the Hellcurt, he will be able to deny some of the attack speed coming in from Demon Hunter Sword for Jinzu, as well as the essential attack speed coming in from Lamage, but now the BOD is finished, so there is like much more burst damage coming in from Jinzu on this Hellcurt.
And now we can see Saigon Phantom for the first time in the entire tournament not having control over the map. They look a little bit awkward as to what they need to do next because they are very dependent on having everyone together to actually make fights happen.
Yep. Hyde now having that Divine Glaive, making it so that should be able to burst down both Water as well as Juviana. But now the damage coming in from Leon is quite a lot. And Jinzu just waiting down bot here. He's going to show his face. So now SGP might go for the fight.
Full commit onto the 1-1, but it's not enough. Crossbow tank comes out. Mzu goes down. RWM locks in Water. He's taken out. But the rest of Leon with a vengeance. It's a double kill for Lamage. They're chasing down Malik Tizi. Juviana with the killing spree. Jawowski tries to find the 1-1. He pops the Winter Crown, but now he's isolated. The rest of his team is basically dead. It's a mega kill. Lamage on the 1-1. Hyde is the only one left standing.
So far, Leon made it so that Malik Tizi could not play this game. And looks like it is a big success here because we can see the amount of damage being just out by SGP is no longer enough. Water now having that dominance ice, able to sustain for a very long time without a jungler here. Looks like at 17 minutes of the game, they still have way enough damage to deal with this Lord. So now Leon might be the team to get the very first game off of SGP this entire M Challenge Cup.
This is definitely an unexpected outcome. Leon has been holding out on us, revealing the one Hellcurt for the first time in the first game of the Grand Finals. This is hiding strats at its finest.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And now looking at the Lord marching down bot. They try to sync it up, but looks like the top minion wave is going to be crashing in first. So it's not fully synced up for Leon, but maybe again, they're just trying to find an angle to get a surprise, but it's going to be more difficult for you to actually catch your opponents by surprise when they're inside their base.
And the Death Strike has already been used. Lord crashes in. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Lance take a hit anyone. Still holding on to their abilities. Phantom Execution gonna be used to clear the mid wave. Should keep the mid tower alive. No, Leon just forces their way through it. Lord is on the crystal now, and Leon is shifting up top. Looks like Lamage actually gonna take a lot of damage though from Jawowski. They're not quite able to find the angle to push in.
For Leon, I would say in terms of what's been going on, you can say the MVP is Jinzu, and I would agree with that, but we got to talk about Juviana as well, having an amazing game on this Lapu. Truly game-changing because he's one of the ones that I can actually go over to Malik Tizi as well as Hyde and either getting the kills or just deny them of any kind of damage, giving a very big advantage for Leon.
And even though we were saying during the draft that Aki might have difficult side of Saigon can dive him. He has only had one death this entire game. Leon has basically heading going to plan now. Saigon trying to force something. Dark Nightfall comes in, bursts high down, forces the flicker out. That means that Meow and Emzu are in an awkward spot. Does eventually go down, but Meow can be traded away. Unstoppable streak for Lamage. Landshaker stuns Emzu. He has to back off. He'll still hold on to his immortality. That's going to be it.
Yeah, I gotta say, Juviata keeps hitting these land shakers, man. It's becoming annoying, but look at this. Jawowski is in the middle of 3.
He's playing a dangerous game, somehow trying to get a mega kill. Maybe a little bit too risky there to try and force the 1v3. He wanted to pick up the 1-1, but there's no way that's going to happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. Right now, Leon is looking at an angle here. 30 seconds until the Lord spawns. They can take a fight there. So far, SGP has been doing quite well because of Hyde. But now Hyde finally is properly shut down with all the dive coming in. And Lamage having an amazing 1-1 game, which we have not seen for quite a while. Even despite Emzu building that pauldron, it looks like maybe when the 1-1 is up in the air, I don't know, maybe the item doesn't affect on her anymore because I don't see her attack speed slowing down.
Ooh, Agi nearly did to Malik. Nice summon force, but Agi's able to fly away just in time. Lord is dropping low. Juviana is buying so much time. Lamage as well. Water secures the Lord. And now they're looking for the fight. Dark Knight falls. Going to be popped. Saigon can't see anything. Jumping on down instantly. It's a monster kill. But Lamage going to get caught out by the RWM. And now he said Malik TZ can chase the rest down. They'll be able to roll away. It looks like Saigon will not risk chasing.
It's good for Leon cutting their losses. Lamage overextended. He died. He had to pay for it. The Lord is marching up mid. Jinzu and Jawowski are staring each other down. Jungler-roamer matchup. Definitely not something I would think to say in my casting career.
The Defender Desperate comes out to back him up. Jawowski actually wins out, but Jinzu has the immortality. Jawowski wants to chase him down. He tries to kill. Away now, but he's surrounded. He trades for the immortality. Pops the Winter Crown as well. Water right on top of him. Jawowski! He's going to
Oh!
Is there! He stopped him in his tracks.
I would say that was still beautiful coming in from Jawowski because he prevented Leon from ending the game because essentially 4 people was on him. And that's 4 less people going with the Lord into the base to potentially ending the game. So Jawowski died there, but that was a valiant effort to extend the game for Saigon Phantoms.
Every time I see a player swap items like that, especially when playing a lot, I just wonder how they're able to do it. Even though Jawowski did eventually go down, he managed to pick up by time for his team to clear up the waves. And that'll at least balance up the waves on the map a little bit more. But it's still hard for SGP to keep themselves in this.
Agi now having that Holy Crystal. The amount of bursts should potentially be deadly for anyone from Saigon Phantoms here. And again, this is the most Saigon Phantoms had to sweat. And Leon, they're probably used to this at this point, having going up against 3v up 40 minutes. So it's weird to say, but Leon, at 22 minutes of the game, this is familiar territory for them. They can tell SGP, we played this game before.
That is definitely the case. SGP out, we're approaching the 23-minute mark. Goal lead basically doesn't make a difference, and Lord is going to feel very powerful at this point. Water and Lamage are going to be the first ones working on it, while Juviana is scouting out Meow. Jawowski is dashing in. They see the Lord is not that low yet. Charlotte engages us, is gonna get stuck. He has the crossbow of tank stacks on him. Malik TZ has gone down! They found him in the mid lane. He lost 1v1 to Agi. Juviana stops the immortality. Meow also going to lose his. He's trying to dash in the other direction, buying as much time as possible, but it's not. The Arlet is gone. 2 members down on Saigon Phantom, and that means it's go time for Leon. They don't need the Lord anymore. It is 5v3. All of them are still perfectly healthy. Top inhibitor will not last where Feather the Air Sprite comes down to try and blitz the back. Nice flicker into the charge. Finds the 2 squishies. Just cancelled, rolled into on the side, he's not able to enter from flank. MZU loses immortality. Revive tries to keep the minions away, but the crystal is wide open. Agi finds the monster kill. One more hit it takes, and LEON Esports makes their mark, taking the first victory against Saigon Phantom in the entire tournament.
This is the start of the revenge story coming in from LEON. After losing 0-3 against Saigon Phantom, they have got their first victory. They are on the way to getting 3 more to advance to the wild card in M7. And this is your MVP, Juviana, on this Lapu Lapu. Keep hitting those land shakers, 7-3 and 11 KDA. An amazing score, an amazing showing coming in from Juviana, controlling Saigon Phantom.
It really surprises me that we haven't seen more Lapu Lapu from Juviana. He's been consistently playing heroes like the Yuzong, like the Alice, but this is one of his best performances to date. He was causing so many issues, basically impossible to remove, especially with the new changes, the Guardian helmet just making him even more bulky, and actually still picking up kills on top of all of that. He was in the thick of things the entire game and only died 3 times.
And we got to talk about the interaction here coming in from both teams, because Malik Teasy had an amazing performance on the Harry before, but in this game, 2, 6, and 3, basically whenever he goes in for the Zaman Force, he might get a kill, but then immediately gets taken out as well. The amount of damage coming in from LEON is a little bit too much for them to handle. Now we got to look at Juviana as the frontliner here, taking almost 240,000 damage. Jawowski still getting the most damage king here. 96,000 damage dealt. The Predator, Lamaj, having the most amount of kills, and Rich Guy is actually Jinzu, 759 gold per minute.
This reminds me a little bit of the Team Vamos gameplay that we saw earlier in MPL Malaysia, where Zorn would be on an assassin roamer and GB would play a tank jungle, and they would actually funnel resources into the roam in order to get them farmed up to carry the mid game. And that's exactly what Jinzu did. He was split pushing the entire map, getting waves and waves of minions, and hitting level 15 before anyone else in the game.
Yep. Definitely worked out for him. And we got to talk about the early game here. The draft really helped out Saigon Phantoms, but they really start losing some steam when Jinzu was able to deal the damage. So funny enough, with this Hellcurt, their power spike came just a little bit later than they would thought. I would say around 5 minutes. That's when Jinzu really started showing up with this Hellcurt. But this is going to be very difficult stuff because even if you know that it's coming, this is kind of too late for you to really prepare against.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Saigon had already committed to basically a full team fight lineup and they had to complete it. And we already said their draft actually looked really good. It seemed like they would be the favorites just off of ease of play. But who would have expected that LEON were hiding some secret masteries? Jinzu was popping off on the Hellcurt. Lamaj showing up with the 1-1 for the first time, even though there's not a lot of CC on his team to get those crossbows of tank. He knew Saigon had let him set it up quite easily.
Yep. And again, it's not that Saigon Phantoms did really bad. It's just that LEON, I mean, like we did talk about this, right? Safa, before the match even starts, is that going for new strategies will give you the advantage where your opponent kind of doesn't know what you're doing. And this is kind of showing it here because they kind of know how to play the macro, but you can see that it's hard for them to adjust with this Hellcurt damage because they're like, oh, we see a Hellcurt, we might be able to survive. Wait, 80% of my HP is gone. What's going on here? They were not prepared for this Hellcurt, man, and neither was I.
Yeah, I think we can't even blame Saigon for being caught off guard by how much damage Jinzu was doing because it reached a very ridiculous degree very early on. We have to know, Saigon was never really that far behind in gold throughout the game, but I think a lot of that was from the lack of gold on Malik Teasy. Unfortunately, LEON focused very hard on the gold lane, and because of that, Harip took too long to come online. By the time he had his items, Lamach had already outscaled him.
Yep, and we can see that Malik going into the fight. Close range, he has to be careful of Jinzu as well as Juviana, but when he gets too far away, then it's Agi. And funny enough, still Jinzu. Jinzu, no matter what, will be able to deal with him. And this is something that they have to take note of. Either you gotta ban out that Hellcurt, or you just gotta be prepared with it. And I think at least the tell is pretty easy. When you see a tank jungler, then there's a higher chance for this Hellcurt to come in. Because I really doubt if you're picking up a Yisun Shin, a Lancelot, that you will go for this Hellcurt again.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think going into the next game, Saigon Phantom might want to consider just getting rid of tank junglers from the draft, so to force Leon to play a slightly more default lineup. They might want to even go back to the Yisun Shin composition so that they can have stronger side lanes that are a little less vulnerable to hard ganks.
There is a lot of problem coming in from Leon, where again, I kind of feel like the Hellcurt was really strong, but we really got to talk about this Lapu as well. And the problem with EXP, which honestly is great for the meta here, Staffa, there's a lot more heroes that is definitely viable, because even though Arlet lost that game, Arlet still had an amazing game. And I would say you kind of just have to pick your poison. If they get Lapu, fine. Like, we can't do anything about it. We just got to play around it. And speaking of which, I really want to emphasize how amazing the Lapu was, because he was able to wreak havoc, because every single time they tried to stop him, he timed his triple slashes to immune the crowd control, preventing him from basically dying in those situations. So it's not that they didn't try to stop the Lapu was just too good.
I think we can see from this that there is some micro skills on LEON Esports that haven't actually been witnessed up until now. Really makes you wonder, is it actually hiding strats? Have they been risking it the entire time just to prepare for this moment? It's not a question we'll ever get a true answer to. But so far, I'm liking what I am seeing. I like the flexibility. I like the new stuff that's showing up in the grand finals of all places. So now the ball is in SGP's court. What are they going to bring to the table for game number 2?
Well, again, like I said, they did flex a little bit, picking up the Lancelot. And to be fair, Jawalski was amazing on that Lancelot, but it wasn't the winning composition that they had go up against Leon from before. So yeah, maybe some adjustments have to be done there. Other than that, I really feel like there's no big changes that they need to do with their draft. The most I would say that I would have liked to see was that it didn't really dive towards the Pharsa, which again, it's hard for me to call because they had a lot of ways to deal with the Pharsa, right? So it's not really all that important, but I don't know. It just food for thought. Other than that, I really think it's just Leon outplaying Saigon Phantoms, and Saigon they were just shocked. They're like, wait, you didn't do this during Group A.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now that we have items like Guardian Helmet, who are just generally a lot stronger than before, heroes that wanted to dive backline, heroes that were difficult to remove, like the Lapu, like the Alice, and so on, might be getting even more power levels, even though they were already meta before this. The whole reason why Lamage and Agi were generally uninterrupted during fights was because they were having so much difficulty handling Juviana alone. So now we're jumping into the draft for game number 2. Let us see what new things will be brought to bear. Looks like it's going to be the same map, Flying Clouds.
Yep. I do have to say, Flying Clouds, it only really helped out during the laning phase for both this team. And it looks like just a little bit of adjustments here. SGP, they're banning out that Fanny, and SGP is going to be first pick, but Leon still wants to deny Jawalski of the Hayabusa.
I think that makes a lot of sense. We've already seen Saigon Phantom literally first pick Hayabusa. It's basically a compulsory ban if you are on the red side against them. And even when you are on the blue side, Leon respects it enough that they don't want to have to deal with it at all. So I don't think we're going to get to see any Hayabusa throughout this grand finals, which is a bit sad, but perfectly understandable. Looks like Hellcurt will indeed be taken off the menu though. Things are in a bit of a tricky spot right now, I would say. If you have to ban out Hellcurt, it is not necessarily the best sign, I will personally say. I do feel like Saigon could have afforded to just get rid of tank jungles instead. Like they could have easily banned Fredrin and then first pick Baxia on their side, and then it's unlikely they would need to worry about a Hellcut. But I guess there is always the possibility that Jinzu pulls it out anyway, and it just disrupts the way they want to play a little bit too much. So understandable right now. Our teams are still kind of feeling each other out.
I feel like it is fair, right? This Hellcut, maybe they're not ready to deal with it because it's kind of like preparing for the exam and then suddenly the things you prepared for didn't show up. So I think this is a big advantage for Leon, especially because they did it in game number 1. Now SGP will be paranoid the entire best of 7 here. Leon banning out that Kalia and SGP banning out that Kimi. So there is a very good shot that SGP can pick up that Yisun Shin in first place if they just want to go back to the winning composition. And honestly, at this point, I don't mind if Leon lets go of the Eve. I still believe that Hyde is an amazing Eve player, but because Agi has shown he had a very nasty Valentina, I think it's fair for you to either pick it up or just let it go because they've proven that they can handle it.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like they will ban out the CC instead. So, yep, Yisun Shin gonna be first pick here for Saigon. I was wondering if it was going to be Yisun Shin or Baxia, but it looks like after their first game defeat, Saigon Phantom wants to go back to the composition that has so far worked for them. So if Eve doesn't get locked in here by Leon, I get the feeling that Saigon will want it.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like it's fair for them to pick up the Yisun Shin because they don't have to deny the Baxia because the Hellcurt is off the table. Unless Leon has another assassin roamer, then that would really screw up SGP for a little bit. Looks like that's not the case. Leon, they're still gonna be picking up that Lapu Lapu, which had an amazing game, and they're hiding that strat just a little bit by picking up the Lancelot early here.
Alright, so not going back to the tank jungle. Now that Hellcurt has been taken off the table, I guess Leon wants to go back to basics a little bit. And we already know that Lancelot is one of Water's more comfortable heroes, so they go for that. They go for the Lapu Lapu that got Juviana MVP previously. But Saigon doing something a little bit different. They lock in the Esme alongside the Zusin.
Which is, I think it's still fine because in the laning phase, the Esme has a little bit of advantage going up against Lapu Lapu because Lapu trades with his shield, but Esme ignores those shields. So I can see the logic there. And now picking up the Jushin, we have to know that Leon did ban it out before. So they probably think that Jushin, at least in scrims, have been messing with them just a little bit. So I think this is a very fair I would say very fair change for SGP going to game number 2. Now Leon, they're still going to be picking up that Farsa here. Now the question really is going to be what is going to be their gold laner, because I feel like if they can get the Granger, I think they're in a very good spot here.
Yeah, I agree as well. Harif is still on the table, but it didn't really work out too well previously. I get the feeling that we're going to see Leon hold on a little bit on their gold lane pick though, depending on whether Saigon goes for another fighter, like the double fighter side lane here, since they already have Yisun Shin. I feel like there's a chance for them to pull out the export gold.
Yep. And now Leon bans out the Alice, and I really feel like it is a very, very good ban here because, like you said, having that Yisun Shin enables Saigon Phantom to go for a double fighter, and picking up the Esme early is one of the biggest sign for that, because I would say Esmeralda in the current state of the meta is one of the higher tiers, like S tier, A tier gold laner, because wins majority of the matchup and in skills quite well as well. Now Saigon Phantoms, they themselves ban out that Gato Kacha. So I wonder if they're going to ban something else like the Grok to make sure that Leon doesn't pick it up for themselves. Because I think Leon is in a very good position to either take the Granger or take the Grok, because they already had a very solid start to the draft here, making it so that their fourth pick is able to deny quite a lot from SGP, because both teams are missing that gold as well as the roam. So whatever SGP bans here, I feel like no matter what, Leon will still come up ahead. Now the big question is, Leon, what other things are they going to ban? The Yuzong is still on the table, but looks like they are going to be banning out that high loss, which honestly, it is a very fair ban because high loss Yizenshin as well as the Jushin is a little bit too much control that you don't want Saigon Phantom to have. Now, Saigon Phantom, in terms of the bans here, I think the safest one is going to be that Granger. Kind of force them to use an uncomfortable matchup, which is the Harif, or force them just to put another fighter in the gold lane. Because I kind of feel like the Grok is a problem, but I think they can still handle the Grok compared to the Granger.
Yeah, I think so as well. So if Saigon is actually intending to go double fighter side lane, I feel like it might be prudent to ban the X-Borg in advance. It will get rid of the Granger. So for Leon, if they want to go typical marksman, then Harif is wide open. They could also consider going 1-1 again, since it already worked out pretty well previously, though I think the mobility on Saigon is a little bit higher now. Oh, okay. The Atlas going to show up once again, and that instantly will make Saigon think, will this be paired with the Arlet?
And we gotta know here, technically has a 100% win rate. And even though I still stand by that it's harder to set compared to before, but you can't deny how tanky this Atlas is. So might just be a different way to play the Atlas now, where you essentially use him as a front line to open up the bushes, open up vision around the turtle as well as the Lord. And then just for a little bit extra, you can potentially set 5 people on a crazy engage. Saigon Phantom, how do they fight against this? Do they go for a double fighter, or do they pick up the Harif? So they're still picking up the Grok, and they are picking up the Claude here. So it is going to be a very interesting draft. Looks like Saigon Phantom is going for a little bit more comfort compared to before. So Leon, after seeing this Claude, what do they go for? The Harif is an option because Esme is going to be in the EXP. It's just that during the going back into team fights might still be a bit of a headache.
Yeah, I don't like the Harif here. It does get countered by Esme. It doesn't really do too well in lane or scale as well as Claude either. If they want to go typical marksman, I actually think they might want to go Nathan, but it looks like they'll stick to the 1-1 here, since it already worked out quite well for them before. Both teams sticking to scaling, jungles, and gold lane. So no cheeky assassin roam cheese this time around.
Yep, cheese only really works once. And now, in a way, is Atlas a cheese or no? We're going to be seeing how this really turns up, because the last time the Atlas was played was nigh unkillable. They didn't do a lot in the early game, but when it comes to mid-late game, really started to become a little bit more impressive, especially with the readjusted Frigid Glacier passive. So now, again, going into game number 2, Leon is up ahead with 1 win. SGP, they're the ones that have to get back on form here, and we'll see how Hyde performs on this Jushin, considering he's been carrying the team with the Eves for the longest time.
He has been. Will he be able to carry this team by carrying his opponents to their deaths? We will find out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be game number 2 of our MCCM Grand Finals. Saigon Phantom on the blue side, LEON Esports on the red, currently 1 game up.
Yep. So far, an amazing showing coming in from both teams. It looks like MZU is trying to delay Water just a little bit. Looks like Water is still in a very good spot, undeterred by the early gank here, and MZU taking quite a bit of damage from Jinzu as well as Agi. Looking at the positioning of the side laners, looks like no one is getting poked out that much. So it looks like everyone is in a very good position here. Maybe everyone is just waiting for that level 4.
Yeah, I'm expecting not too much to happen on the map until that very first turtle, and when that does happen, Leon should actually have the advantage, because Saigon needs a lot of scaling on their composition. All of their damage comes from Yi Sunshin and Claude, who both are going to need 2 or 3 items before they really start affecting the map. So it looks like Hyde is going to take a lot of abuse here in the mid lane. He is stuck onto Atlas, has to purify out. Oh, but Malik TZ ends up being first blood. Water ganked the top lane. And they even finish off Hyde.
And again, this is why I'm saying maybe you got to readjust how you play the Atlas, man, because I've been really liking the passive so far. Really is a big game changer when you want to get that first kill, because the immobilization, the slow, it's huge. It's huge. And it's not something that you can really, I guess, fight against unless you have that Purify. But then you're just going to be burning a Purify.
Mid lane, something's happening. Aki going to end up going down. A 3-man rotation here with Jawowski, ending up with Hyde taking the kill. This is going to set up Saigon a little better for the first turtle. Meow comes in from bottom. Juviana jumps in, but already takes so much damage from Mount Shocker. Juviana is gone. Water dashes in. Turtle's not quite in retry range yet, but Water secures it. Though Jinzu going to need to use the flicker to get away from Hyde. Hyde forces Crimson Beacon out. Cyclone Eye gets Jinzu away.
Now we can see a very big difference here with the Jushin now. Number one, of course, easier for you to get out of a sticky situation when you are targeted. And at the same time, you are a Jushin, not the one dealing the most amount of damage. So this time, he's not going to be experiencing the same kind of pressure, but more importantly, controlling the opponents, man. Lamaj going up against Malik TZ here. Lamaj is dangerously low, but not going to get ganked yet. Jinzu is there alongside with Mzu. It looks like neither roamers is able to participate in that 1v1.
Yeah, I don't think so for now. It looks like net worth still going to be about even. 2 kills on both sides. Jawowski and Malik still need more time to come online, and Malik has already been put behind a little bit thanks to that initial gank. So Lamaj actually a full level up on the Claude up until now.
Looking at the kill score, it's the same 2-2 goal difference, not that big as well. And Lamaj, I would say in this game, has to be careful because of the Esmeralda, but at the same time, there are more bodies in front for him to get the crossbow of Tang here. It looks like a very good timing coming in from Juviana. Immune the crowd control from the turtle boat.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Blazing Grid has been used. Lamaj trying to dive in Malik TZ. Feathered Airstrike forcing back the Claude, but the infinite dive coming in. 4 members of Leon. Just not allowing Malik to get away.
And that gag was successful because of Juviana. We saw in the minimap that there was a rotation coming in to protect Juviana. But the moment Juviana was safe, he informed his team. So they did a U-turn going up to the gold lane where Malik felt it was safe because he saw the rotation coming in from Leon going to help the EXP. But because he was self-sufficient, they just turned their resources over to gold, and Malik was not ready to deal with that. So that gank was good because Juviana was able to deal with the gank himself.
Speaking of, still being able to deal with Meow right now. Next turtle is up, drops to 40%. Jinzu zones away Jawowski. Water once again secures it away. Falling Star Moon misses. Wall comes out. Juviana and Water both able to dash over it, but Juviana gonna get pulled back by the Zeus-in. Still alive for a short while. Will eventually fall to Meow, and Saigon Phantom will back off there.
Right now in mid here, looks like they're trying to pressure just a little bit, but Water on this Lancelot, just like yesterday, is having an absolute amazing performance. Goes in, Thorn Rose gets the turtle, and again, like it is one of the more easier junglers to secure just because of how much burst damage that the Thorn Rose does. But still, Water has not had a bad day at all with this Lancelot.
Yeah, I'm very impressed once again, but we already knew this was one of Water's key pick. Wow, look at that damage coming in on Malik, even forcing out the Blazing Duet, and they are able to get away from Mountain Shocker as well. Leon doing a great job of playing around things right now. Jinzu comes in, wants to bait out the Purify, not using the Fatal Link. Saigon will just walk away.
And now Juviana wants to go for Jawowski. Jawowski being essentially denied of actually crossing the river because Juviana is controlling him so much. And now Meow comes in, but Agi wings by wings out of there. So far, SGP does not look like they had a very clear window to really start a fight. Both Jinzu Agi as well as Juviana, just creating so much space so that they don't have really like ways to move forward.
And because of that, Lamage is reaping the benefits. Full level up on the clock, diving in with the crossbow tang! He finds Malik TZ, but now he's surrounded 1v2. Meow and Hai trying to chase him down. The lantern stacks will build up, and Meow will get some revenge for their gold laner.
I have no idea whether that was worth it or not, but the fact that Lamage was still able to get a kill kind of makes Malik TZ feel a little bit sad. But hold on, Fatal Links!
Fatal Link, they find Azusa and Hai, gonna Crimson Beacon away, but all the damage collapses in at the same time. Killing spree for Water, make that double as Meow walks into the wrong neighborhood. Jawowski gonna be completely zoned away by Juliana. So another free turtle goes to Leon.
Yep, and Water just got all 3 turtles. This is a very big advantage for Leon here. Almost 2,000 gold difference. And talking about the momentum as well, Water 4-0-0, Agi dealing quite a lot of damage. And so far, SGP, Malik TZ for 2 games now, at around 7 minutes, is 0-3. This is not good for him.
Complete whiff on the tectonic charge there. Lamar just dashes away, which means that Saigon Phantom cannot take this fight anymore. The map is fully in control of LEON Esports, and they're just not letting them breathe.
Leon is doing something different where SGP looks confused every single time they want to go for a fight, really giving this illusion to be like, wait, where were you guys during Group A? You guys didn't play like this. It was easy for SGP during Group A where they just set up a fight, get a kill, and then rinse and repeat. This time, there's no room at all for a gank. There's no room at all for them to get a free kill onto Agi. A lot of change in Leon in just, I don't know, the past 2 days.
I don't know if they've been hiding strategies or if they actually just figured something out during the break here. But whatever it is working. We're 8 minutes in. Net worth lead is about 3k, which isn't too bad for Saigon, but Malik has once again been disrupted heavily in terms of farm, and they need him to scale up.
Ooh, nice dodge!
Whoa! But he gets the crossbow tang out! Lamage survives it all, turns it around, kills off Mzu, and now the rest of Saigon just have to back it away again. They put everything on this 1-1, and they still couldn't find the kill. Lamage showing off a secret pick this whole time. Now they're trying to engage again. Mount Shocker comes out, but Lamage does eventually get finished off by Malik from the flank. Jawowski, though, going to bite the bullet as the rest of Leon homes in on them. Water just barely gets away from the lantern. They're wailing on Meow. He's trying to survive. He's an Esme, but you can't survive all of that. Nice 2-man lift from Hai. Jinzu nearly dead, but Juviana, look at him go! He's buying so much time and space, and he flickers away, a full disengage from LEON Esports.
Again, as the roamer, man, I am shocked. I'm happily shocked by how tanky this new Atlas is. Just change some text and numbers, and now he looks almost impossible to take down. And even if it does, is it really that worth it to use all your resources for an Atlas where he just stayed? Like, he's essentially like a high loss from previously. Only this time, looks like he's more meta than the high loss.
I'm actually very happy to see this. I'm going to play Atlas after this. I kind of want to see the item build so that I can steal it from my pub games. LEON Esports still looking very good. They did manage to pick off Lamage once, so that's one boon for Saigon Phantom. Fatal Links, they found Malik TZ. He doesn't have Purify. He's trying to BMI out, but Water is here. It's a monster kill for the Lancelot.
Oh, yeah. And we saw in effect the slows that the Atlas provides made it so difficult for Malik to really do much. 1-4-1. At this point, I feel like Saigon Phantom, if they can ask for a break, they should ask for it and then help Malik TZ reset, because he's not having a good series here, and this is the grand finals. I can understand some nerve. I can understand, you know, like nervousness, but he has to come back into the game.
Meow is in trouble. They're just setting it up for the crossbow of Tang, and it comes out, forcing the flicker from Hyde to disjoint it. Tectonic Charge finds 2. Lamage is in some trouble. Hyde actually does finish off the 1-1, but they're chasing down Jawowski. Water's already godlike in the front line. Fatal Links once again just for good measure, and Juviana finds his own kill. 3 members of Saigon Phantom dead.
And now Water even denying Malik TZ. He tried to protect but Monetize had to BMI away. And right now, 11 minutes in, Leon is in a clear position to get at least one inhibitor here because the Lord is marching down bot, and they got the top holy defense. Meow's trying to prevent that. Look at Molly taking a lot of damage, man.
That was close. Aki flickered forward, but Malik TZ was able to change his direction at the last moment to get away. The pressure, though, is immense. Lord is crashing down bottom. Looks like Leon won't force anything with it, and it will get cleared up. But Saigon is losing more and more space, and they haven't reached their power spikes yet.
Yeah. Looks like they are able to protect their base for now. Even protected a holy defense, but it's going to get taken out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and no more. Personally, for me, I thought they just used it to clear the minions, but oh well. Right now, 9 seconds away from the Lord. Leon, with 6,000 gold, they can really control the map at this point, get the Lord again, and then potentially end the game because they have the range, man, with this Farsa. And then, in terms of diving, Jinzu and Juviana can do that all day.
It is still possible for Saigon Phantom to turn this around if they can get a kill or two, especially a shutdown on a key target onto Jaworski or Malik TZ. They might be able to do something, but another defensive Tectonic shot straight to the links, purified completely, but that's a lot of battle spells gone. And look at Juviana, look at his damage. He's just diving the entire team. Flickers forward, gets the stun. Blazing Duet comes out. Malik is melting them down. Lamage is in trouble. He actually goes down. Juviana as well, going to be sacrificed. But look at Water. He's found the revenge. It's legendary on this Landslot 3-4-2 in favor of Leon.
Yeah, high. We can see that he has that fire, that desire to be like, I know I'm a Jushin, but I'm going to get this kill, man. I'm going to make sure that all you guys get taken down. Eventually, he got taken down himself, and Water is in position to have that MVP game, 8-0-3, looking pretty perfect here, securing 3 turtles as well as 1 Lord. Water is showing up as why his Lancelot has to be feared in the M Challenge Cup here.
Water is going insane, actually. We saw some really impressive Lancelot plays from Jaworski earlier, but Water is showing the world that he is just as capable. Now they're trying to stop them from stealing the purple buff. Better Dare Strike has already come out. Looks like they will be able to secure it on SGP's side. Actually, no, Aki still stole it.
Well, it just gets from bad to worse. 30 minutes in, and I think you brought this up before, where they do not reach their power spike just yet. Look at this conceal coming in. Mzu as well as Malik TZ. The lore still secured by Water. Can they engage from behind? Lamage.
Oh, Lamage, he got to cross the tank, but Malik was able to BMI back out. So he's not at risk there, but he's being completely collapsed on. Landshaker finds him. Malik left by his lonesome, dead for another 30 seconds.
Lamage now, worrying that might happen again, picks up the Wind of Nature, and look at the damage dealt here. Agi and Water are top 2, and Mali, despite having a pretty bad game here, is actually doing quite a lot, more than Jaworski, in fact. But still, with 9,000 goal lead here, Leon, can they end the game here?
If Saigon can hold on this Lord push, they might be able to delay the game long enough, but Enzu already has to use the Tectonic Charge and Flicker just to escape the Better Dare Strike. Lord is pushing in bottom, Water is dashing all over the place, but they don't quite have enough minions to full force push in. Leon still waiting for an opportunity. Jinsu still holding on to Fatal Links. Mzu going to end up going down. Flicker, Fatal Links comes out. Meow able to purify it away. Water dropping low. Malik TZ though ends up dying. It's a killing spree. And now the crystal is wide open. They're dropping like flies. Double kill for Lamage. They're focusing on the victory. And that means Leon.
Yep, Leon now with a 2-game lead against Saigon Phantom. This is unprecedented. Even looking at the faces of the VIPs up front, we're like, hey, Leon, you're really showing up. Not sure what happened, but hey, now they are here, and the MVP, well-deserved, is going over to Water with 8-0 and 4 KDA. And we got to talk about securing all turtles as well as all lords in this game with 2 lords, I believe. Water right now in position with this Lancelot to become the nightmare.
Man, just on another level entirely, actually. perfect game. That's basically the only way to describe what happened here. Lancelot, we knew it was one of his core jungle pickups, but it feels like he's leveled up even beyond that here. And just the way Leon approached this game was beautifully done. Unfortunately, I do think that Saigon were a little bit too greedy. They needed items with this lineup and they just had no early game pressure.
And something to note, the Atlas was deathless, 0-0 and 14. So in a way, that was a perfect game for the roamer as well. Agi being the damage king as well as DPS machine, doing 60,000 damage and 3,000, almost 4,000 damage per minute. Jinzu doing a lot of crowd control here, 32, one of the highest I've ever seen here. And Rich Guy, Water with 887 gold per minute. And again, they're really showing up. Looks like day number 1, they couldn't figure out the meta. But now, they had enough time to prepare, and now they're showing up.
It certainly seems like they have a better idea about how they want to approach this series here. I think going into the next draft, Farsa and Lapu Lapu both need to be respected somewhat. But right from the get-go, we could see the flaws with the Saigon Phantom draft. They only have 2 main sources of damage. Both are physical, which has been noted to be a little bit weaker nowadays. And both need 2 or 3 items before they can come online. So Leon has so much time to just roam around the map, finding kills and invades, and they're just way faster at doing it.
Yep. Something to note as well, I like that Jinzu built the rapid boots so that the added movement speed made it much easier for him to really engage. And with the new passive, he just keeps on healing and healing. So again, one of the reasons why he was deathless. But I do agree, Agi on this Farsa, the damage was just a little bit too much. And Farsa was known as the marksman counter just because there's really no marksman that can deal with the burst of the Fed airstrike. We don't see much of that because there were not a lot of marksmen, coming back into the meta. But looks like Saigon Phantom Malik using the Harif, using the Claude was a big enough reason for Agi to pick up this Farsa. And just like the previous game, was it really targeted? Or I would say put in a position that can be targeted.
I feel like Saigon needs to reevaluate the way they draft here. They need to make sure they have at least some mid lane priority so they can help Malik TZ out. Because this poor gold laner has been dealing with the weight of the world on his very own shoulders and just hasn't had enough help to actually make that weight lighter. Leon has disabled him from both games, not giving Saigon a chance to scale into early mid-game timings, and that's really messing with them.
Yeah, I feel like they went for this Claude because they pick up a Jushin and they're worried that all the damage is just from that Yi Sun Shin. So they needed one other damage dealer, so they went for the Claude instead of going for double marksman here. So I think that is something that they can readjust going into the upcoming draft, because I feel like Eve was not a problem. It was perfect, in fact. So maybe instead of picking up the Jushin, they pick up the Eve instead, and then giving that option where if needed, Mali can just use a fire in the goal, because if he keeps on getting targeted like this, I think might as well just let him be a fighter.
Yeah, I think Malik needs to be given a pick that's able to self-sustain a little bit more here. I also have to note, the Atlas pickup forcing 3 people on Saigon to take Purify also means that they have less maneuverability in general, right? Because there's not a lot of flickers on the blue side, which means that it's a lot easier for heroes like Farsa and Lancelot to get on top of the back line without being disjointed, including things like the crossbow of Tang as well. So that's also an added benefit. Even if we didn't see a lot of big fatal links from Jinzu, him just forcing them to have those battle spells and even scaring them into using it is already doing his job.
Yeah, I'm fully on board. That was a very good catch, Tafa. Yeah, using the Atlas, forcing that Purify does enable the Lancelot as well as the Farsa. And this also is a very good showing that Moonton has adjusted Atlas to become much more tankier, both Atlas as well as the Minotaur. So it is something that you have to get used to, that they're not as squishy in comparison to previous patches. And to the point where, like you said, there was not a lot of fatal links, but it is mostly because it's not needed, right? Compared to other heroes that forces out to Purify, like a Kalia and a Cho, Atlas can stay in front for a long time. He really does not need that ult is just a nice add-on, right? So maybe Atlas is in a very good position just to be a potential threat. It doesn't have to be a threat, just the potential is enough.
Yeah, the potential is always there, and it's always scary. And I love playing these types of roamers because of that. Something we didn't really point out was that I think that was also the first time we saw Chastise Pauldron being built. I believe it was Mzu on the Grok who had it, and well, it didn't really do them a lot of favors, unfortunately. Maybe it slows 1-1 initially, but then once you pop into the crossbow of Tang, it's still difficult to escape regardless. We've seen now that Leon has a lot of pocket picks, right? The 1-1 has showed up twice. The Lapu Lapu and the Barca has shown up twice. What can Saigon even ban at this point?
Yeah, the Pauldron was used in the previous game as well, but like I said, the moment the 1-1 jumps up, I don't know if the item even triggers, because I saw her attack speed and it was still relatively fast. And if I remember the build coming in from the 1-1 as well, she didn't build Golden Staff for both games. It was just the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Windhawker. So that might also be another workaround where you just build a little bit more crit instead of attack speed, so that yes, your attack speed gets taken down quite a bit, but it doesn't fully punishes you.
Yeah, dude, I honestly am liking what I'm seeing, right? And surprisingly, even though it's only been a few days, and even though it's only been 1 day since the last time the tournament was seen, Leon has already adjusted themselves. They seem to have figured out some secrets of the patch here, and that is really affecting the mojo of Saigon Phantom, who is not looking to be in good form up until now. Remember, this is an undefeated team here. Saigon Phantom made it to the grand finals without dropping a single game, and all of a sudden they are 2 games behind in the most important series of the tournament.
And this is one of the dangers, because in my experience as well, teams that have gone undefeated, the moment they do lose, it's very uncomfortable. You really, you can't figure out what's wrong. Even in Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants, they got their first loss during the Snapdragon Pro Series, and after that, they still look strong, but they really cannot recover because they can't understand what was the reason that they lost, and they just spiraled from there. Even looking at the female scene coming in from Indonesia, where a team was having a win streak for 2 years, maybe even 3 years, but the moment they lost, they just couldn't recover.
That's why sometimes it might actually be important to lose early on so that you can learn from it and adjust when you still have less pressure on your shoulders to perform, right? Saigon Phantom, I believe there's the potential. We've already seen what this team is capable of. But it appears that Leon has been able to adapt to the patch a little better and has already figured out a little bit about how their opponents tick. It is the grand finals, it is a best of 7, so it's not match point yet. But if they lose 1 more game, it is going to be near impossible to turn this around.
And I think they need to figure out what to do with that Lapu, because I feel like it's very difficult to prevent the Lapu being taken over. So how do you deal with it, right? And the biggest problem is not in lane, it's in the team fight itself. Especially with being immune to crowd control, that comes to the question, do you want to invest constant crowd control, something like an Akai, to eventually pin him down? Or just have a lot of damage so that even if he's immune to CC, he's not immune to the damage itself. So that's going to be a very difficult question that needs to be answered here. Reminiscent of back in MSC, the grand finals between Team Liquid going up against SRG, where Sanford on that glue, the entire best of 7, there was no answer towards the glue, and then Team Liquid just won it all.
Yeah, even though the meta right now doesn't a lot of variety in terms of roles, there is enough to make you really scratch your head about what's important to ban, especially against a team like Leon, who has already demonstrated multiple pocket picks that work incredibly well in their hands. I think setting themselves up better for early game is going to be crucial here, because in game 2 there was just not enough early game pressure and they completely faltered as a result of it.
Now we are looking at the teams getting ready, and we're looking at Saigon Phantoms. It looks like even in this pre-draft screen, they're really trying to figure out, because you can see the confusion. And again, this is just uncomfortable territory. So how they come up for this is going to be crucial, because Saigon Phantom, this is essentially their second grand finals in order to get to the wild card in M7. They lost in their previous qualifier. If they lose again, that's gonna sting.
It would be a terrible feeling, because yeah, what LaFell says is correct. Previously, there was the VMC happening where Saigon Phantom was also in the grand finals. They were facing off against RLGSE for one M7 wildcard slot, and they ended up losing in second place. Currently, they're facing a similar situation, and you do not want to have your journey ended in that way. So hopefully they're able to lock in. Hopefully, if they're hiding any secret strats themselves, it is time to pull them out.
The only question is, what is it gonna be? Because the Helker was such a pocket pick, and then I feel like that already created such a big momentum that essentially there's only 2 bans for SGP, where they have to ban out the Helker. And then we saw they're really respecting the Kimi, not letting go of that Kimi. Is it a situation where you let go of the Fanny and then ban something else? But it's always the case of maybe we can let it go. Maybe it won't be that big of a problem. But then it only takes one game to make you realize, like, okay, that is a very big problem. And if they lose this next one, it is going to be match point. And again, I'm pretty sure they don't want to be in that situation.
Definitely not. I think you ask 100 people, 100 people are gonna say, nope, I do not want to have to face that. The pressure will be immense. And hopefully they can figure that out. I do agree with you, maybe letting the Fanny through in favor of a different ban is going to be more valuable here, because so far we haven't actually seen anyone play Fanny. I think it's been perma-banned basically the entire tournament. But it's the team that's going to have to make that decision. And now that we are starting the draft for game number 3, it looks like Leon is going to choose to remain on the blue side.
Mm-hmm. I think it's good for Saigon Phantoms to be on the second pick here, the red side, because then they can pick up the Lapu. And yes, there is still a lot of oppressive heroes, but I feel like at least for the sake of Hyde and for the sake of Malik, honestly, don't let them fight the Lapu again, man, because I feel like they're the one that's sick of it the most.
True. But at the same time, things like Farsa are annoying, the 1-1 is annoying. Atlas is probably not worth a ban, but you probably do need some way to have handling it, because right now it seems like a pretty universal option of just forcing your opponent to play a little more uncomfortably. Looks like the Lancelot will get removed though, so I do respect that.
Mm-hmm. A OG counter for the Atlas is just not that strong right now, which is a purified carry, where essentially like carry just ignores all the buff increase, stat increase for Atlas, because again, it is true damage, and purify out of that Fatal Links, you can essentially kill him while he's still in the animation of jumping up. But again, it's really not that meta right now, and who knows, maybe the Pauldron makes it so that even the carry can't burst down the Atlas. So it is going to be a very interesting situation where I feel like if Leon wants to win, I feel like they need a Yi Sun Shin and X-Board, because at least that way you can deal with the roam as well as the EXP. Although you got to be careful of the Farsight. The Farsight does get picked up.
I feel like if Leon is going to pull out an X-Board, they're probably going to pull it out later in the draft. So far, that's always been the case for them. They want to wait and see if their opponents are actually pulling out like a double fighter side lane. And then that is where X-Board Gold works out very well for them. They will ban out the Eve. So once again, I am highly expecting a Farsa to be picked up. Maybe not as first pick, I imagine. But if Saigon doesn't steal it away, then it's 100% going back into Agi's hands.
Oh, but they go for
even more so
instead. Now. Yeah, Saigon. Now this is bad, because I feel like the best is Farsa Lapu here. But then you have this argument. But what about the Yi Sun Shin? It is open. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? There's so many options open here. that Leon, they drafted the bans so that no matter what, they have a better opening 3 pick.
Yeah, so far, Leon's been doing an excellent job of manipulating the draft, actually. Gotta give some props to Coach Trequartista here. He seems to have figured out what Coach Sava wants to do, what the players of Saigon Phantom wants to do, and it's making their heads hurt quite a bit. Because yeah, you could take away things like Yi Sun Shin, you could take away things like Farsa. Looks like they will go in a different direction though. They steal the Lapu away, and they're gonna go for a tank jungle this time.
Yeah, but the question is, they're gonna need... I think they're gonna third pick the Kimmy here if Leon doesn't pick it up, because they need some kind of consistent damage. And with the Eve out, the Farsa is there, but I don't know if it's really good for SGP to pick up the Farsa. So Leon, they do have the option, Farsa or Kimmy. Both are gonna be very good. But Kimmy just denies it from SGP, and now having that Arlet as well opens up Leon. If they want, they can go for a Fedrin in the jungle. Of course, if they want.
Yeah, that is a possibility. I thought that they might still go Farsa just to have high burst combo with the Kalea, but the Kimmy is just so consistent, and you deny it away from Saigon Phantom, so it's understandable they would go for that. They're gonna keep their other half a little bit more open right now, though with Yi Sun Shin still in the pool, Saigon might want to consider banning that out just to make sure that Leon has to play a less than stellar jungle pick.
Yeah, the great picks right now is the Fredrid as well as the Yi Sun Shin. I don't think there are anything else, but Leon has shown that they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, so who knows? A lot can happen here. But I do believe that Yi Sun Shin and Fredrin is the safest ban. Unless you are thinking of picking up an X-Borg for yourself, then you can let go of that Fredrin. Oh, they themselves ban out the X-Borg. Okay, interesting.
Alright, that's good respect. It also indicates to Leon that SGP might be planning to pick up at least one more frontliner here, since they definitely don't want to have to deal with that. So by getting rid of the X-Borg, Saigon does limit themselves to only one jungle ban maximum. I feel like they might actually consider getting rid of Fredrin, since Yi Sun Shin would cause Leon to be squishier in general.
Yeah, Leon might think of banning out the Gatot or the Grok. Yeah, they're banning out the Gatot here. So now SGP, I honestly do agree. I feel like banning the Fredrin would be pretty good because they don't really have a lot of shred. It's mostly burst here coming in from SGP. So yeah, I think the best is going to be that Fredrin, because if not, I don't know if they have any other picks to deal with a beefy front line for that Fredrin, especially because considering that the Kalia as well as the Arlet aren't really frontliners. You know, they have a lot of ways to engage a fight, but they're not really the ones staying in front for the longest of time. So they do ban out that Fredrin. Now Leon, I would say Granger or Grok would be a pretty good ban accompanying the Gatokacha or Harif. Or let him both go and then just pick whatever's open.
I think you actually try to let them go, because if Leon can grab the Granger Kimmy combo, then they'll be pretty solid and they can still maybe go into a Kai if they really want to have a bulky frontliner. They get rid of the Uranus, which is respectable. You don't want an Arlet playing into that because it's just basically unkillable now.
So now SGP, if they pick up the Granger here to deny from Leon, it's a good deny, and Granger and Farsa is pretty deadly, but you do lock yourself for, well, essentially not being able to do double fighters, which SGP has not been doing at all during this grand final. But I think it's worth it picking up the Granger.
Yeah, I feel like you wouldn't go double fighter anyway, since you already have a Baxia jungle. You would be missing too much damage. It's like they prefer the Harif though. So now Leon can go into the Granger Kimmy artillery combination if they want to. it would mean they're lacking a little bit of early damage. So that's something they would have to worry a little bit about. Alternatively, they could go into something like they could go Isan Shin into the Esmeralda gold, and that would really mess with Malik TZ once again, though it does get countered a bit like Baxia.
Yeah. If they go for Yushishin Granger, that is very greedy. But at the same time, yeah. At the same time, it does scale quite well. Again, kind of greedy, but hey, maybe it can work out. I guess the big question is definitely the jungle. Do you go for Yushin Shin? Well, they pick up the Esmeralda, so high chance. Oh, they go for a Joy instead, and at least Joy is shred, right? Which they're kind of lacking here for Leon, so it still makes sense to deal with the Baxia, the Lapu, as well as the Farsa.
I did forget about this Joy. When Water played this Joy for the first time the other day, we ended up in a 40-minute game against 3VEs, but also was that Water pretty efficient on it. That means the Leon's gonna have a lot of damage in general, and Malik is once again gonna have a very hard time in the gold lane, so hopefully with the Farsa on their side now, Hyde will be able to rotate and try to do the same thing to Lamage as before. What is going to be their final pick?
What is going to be a solid roamer here? They're going for that high loss, which is okay, but again, it doesn't really stop any win conditions here coming in from Leon. It's just that they just want that beefy front line. So I think the idea for SGP is to give space for Hyde and Meow, because at least in this kind of situation, it's easier to fight against the dive compared to go up against a Lapu. Their main threat is going to be the Joy as well as the Esmeralda, but still, at least when it comes to the draft, it is a little bit more manageable compared to all the drafts they had to go up against before.
Yeah, I think baseline P needs to do here is try to put a little bit more pressure onto the mid lane. At the very least, stop Agi from scaling, and then after that, they'll actually be quite fine because most of the others are very burst based or dependent on a degree of early to mid game pressure. And with 3 front lines, they're gonna be pretty tanky to handle that. So their chance for Saigon Phantom to get a point on the board here, keep things a little bit more even in MCCM Grand Finals. Let's jump back into the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
And Leon is in an amazing position here. They already have 2 wins. One more win secures the match point and will put SGP in a situation where it's going to be do or die for them to try and get a reverse sweep. But they got to win this one first. Looking at the positioning of the junglers, looks like they might not be meeting against each other, and Water is not going to go for that little Wanderer just yet. Jawowski and the rest of SGP is going to be the first on the scene. And looks, I don't think they are able to steal away that jungle camp.
It looks
it was retreat away.
So, yeah, okay, so that's good for Water. We can see that SGP is already trying to play a little bit more aggro, which I think they definitely should be now that they have the Farsa on their side. It's a full-out brawl in the mid lane. Jinzu actually in some trouble, has to flicker away, but gets stunned by Farsa at the last second! Emzu picks up first blood.
Now that's the good thing about a high loss, is that once the high loss gets in range, that slow, again, just like Atlas, prevents your opponent from running away. And again, good score here coming in from SGP. Looks like they're not feeling down after the previous 2 losses, where again, Emzu gets in position of the Kalia, forcing out that flicker. So a lot was gained there for the team.
I feel like Jinzu should have considered turning around, hitting a little additional healing. Might have allowed him to get away from things, but that is a good start for Saigon Phantom. Exactly what they're hoping to do. And it does seem they're playing more heavily around the mid lane, even specifically giving Meow farm for the Lapu to hit level 4 first.
Yep, definitely much more aggressive rotation here, where it looks like it's not going to be contestable. Jawowski gets the turtle for free. So now SGP, they're winning so much in the early game here. They're even trying to pressure this purple buff, and it's over 2 minutes. Hyde still have that feather S-strike.
Falls into the knockup. Hyde trying to dash away. Final slash cuts him down in mid-air. They're able to find some vengeance there, but I think Water might have still lost the purple buff in the end based on
Yeah, and now look at this. Joviana gets caught.
Oh, but he's able
Wait,
to
he
flicker
still gets the
out and
kill!
the save from the team. They're revitalized, keeping him intact. Double kill for Juviana. And now they're locking down Jawowski. They're chasing him in the jungle. Final slash pushes him away. Gets the kill. Hyde is too late to save it. In an instant, Leon picks up three.
And we said this before game number 1 starts, but Juviana, this Arlet is his pocket pick. He is the highest damage dealt right now. But again, it's just still the early game. But this is his hero, man. When he wants to have a good time, when he wants to have fun, he picks up that Arlet. And starting off with 4-0-0, I can't imagine him having a better start.
That is the nightmare of an EXP laner, for your opponent to be 4-0 in 3 minutes. You basically lost the lane already. And EGP was doing a good job of being high pressure, of trying to invade the jungle. It seems they overstepped their boundaries a little bit, and now net worth is in favor of LEON Esports.
Down and bottom, looks like a gank over to Lamanche with 1 flicker, able to deny everything coming in from SGP. And I'll look at top now.
Tsunami Slam gonna be cancelled by Raging Slash. Well played by Meow. That means Jinzu goes down to the tower. Both EXP laners able to avoid their respective ganks.
It looks like they're not going to be rotating for the turtle just yet, so they might just let it go in favor of getting as much plating as they can. Because even on the map, you can see Water not even trying to contest. Although right now, okay, he's not going to go for it. But I think it was a worthy trade, especially Joy against Abaxia. Not a good matchup for that turtle.
Water tried to see if he could be cheeky with it, but it's good that he decided, alright, I'm not able to get this. It's a full commit now in the mid lane, and Trouble has to use a Revitalize. Falling Star Moon onto the far side, forces to cancel on the Falling Star Moon, Unfettered Airstrike, and looks like we're going to see nothing else from here.
A rare moment where we see that the final slash is not off of cooldown, so he was not able to reposition the opponents here. So Meow try to get as much plating as he can, trying to catch up in gold. But looks like it's around 500 gold difference, still notable. And Juviana is going to go for that Oracle as the first item to get the cooldown, but more importantly, to sustain much, much longer in the fight.
You can see Agi as well, already starting to be fairly annoying here, thanks to that gold injection from the tower shield up top. Looks like they are focusing on making sure this Kimmy gets farmed, since it is going to be their main core. Jinzu's appearance forces a very early flicker from Meow just to make sure he's not caught.
And the thing is, it is 50 seconds away from the turtle. So for 2 minutes, no flicker means that during the turtle fight, there should be no flicker coming in from this Lapu. So he's not going to be able to basically attack here. But look at top lane, man. 3-man gank.
Unfortunately, Meow doesn't have the flicker anymore, and that means Juviana is unstoppable at 6 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Right now, the goal lead is only 200, but it feels like a whole lot more. They're saved by all the turtles. And look at this, Jawowski could not catch Agi. Traction Pulse gets onto no one, same as Lamaj. The Falling Star Moon didn't hit on anyone. This is going to be the final turtle here. Will this be the turtle that Leon wants to contest? But he has to know that they do not have the cooldowns now.
Jinzu is being chased down by Mzu. Juviana comes in from the side. Better Airstrike gonna be popped as well. Juviana now in some trouble. Jawowski picks up the turtle, but Water dives into the backline. Meow gonna find the shutdown onto the Arlet. That's gonna be a lot of gold into the Lapu Lapu, but they've kind of left Malik TC behind. He has to use the Purify to dash away from Lamaj. Leon, unfortunately, doesn't have enough damage left without the Arlet, and that means that Saigon will walk away.
That was huge coming in from Saigon Phantoms, because that shutdown on the Arlet just injected quite a lot of gold for themselves. And I kind of feel like it equalizes so that Meow is not far behind off of Juviana. But that was the mistake coming in from Neon. They themselves know they use basically all their ults for an attempt to get a gank in mid. And yet without that, they still try to fight around the turtle. And the mistake was that Juviana did not have the final slash, so he could not keep on dashing with the Vengeance, and Hyde was able to deal free damage on the Fed airstrike. So it was their mistake, and they should not overheat again, especially later on during the lore, because that could really change the game.
It definitely felt unnecessary there. I mean, Leon probably wanted to commit to it because they weren't really set up to get some objective on the other side of the map, but they already were low on cooldowns, as he pointed out. You see a 4-man gank onto Meow in the bot lane. Traction Pulse comes in. Tsunami Slam pulls him away from the tower. Landshaker connects with 2. Flickers away back. Water chases him down. Meow buying so much. He will go down eventually. But now Juvia not gonna be able to cancel out Feather Airstrike. Final Slash comes out, pushes Hyde away, forces to fly away, and then now the rest of his team comes in to connect in the mid lane. Falling Star Moon on 2. Juviana dropping very low. He has to flicker away. Glorious Pathway used to zone them out. And now LEON Esports is changing their target to Malik. He jumped way too far forward with the Zaman Force. Agi picks him off. Jinsu just barely alive, and Juviana diving the backline. Hyde is so low. Juviana finishes him off, trades his own life for it. I think that is more than...
Dude, Juviana, like, he died, sure, but that was worth it, just in the sense of how cool it was. That was aura farming straight up. It started off with a 1v3 that he almost won. Kited away, his teammates came, but hold on a fight here. Agi is already taken low.
Nice maneuver there from Agi, flies over the wall, and now Jawalki is the one in trouble. Malik comes back, he has respawned. Lord gonna be reset here, and Leon will reposition themselves.
Yep. SGP does not want to give up here. But yeah, Juviana just straight up aura farming this entire game. Every time I thought, okay, this is a good time to recall, right? This is a good time to reset, right? This is a good time to get back your HP. And it's like, yes, on that last one, but I'm going to recover my HP by my vengeance. And he just keeps on going in, dashing in and out, in and out, in and out. Multiple attempts, never died. Until the end.
Tsunami Slam onto Emzu. He uses to revitalize, but here comes the rest of Saigon Phantom. They're not able to burst him fast enough, and now Water is the one that's in danger. He tries, but he's already gone. And now Jawaski re-rolls back in. Juviana getting locked down. He cannot dash. He's just perma-CC'd. It's a double kill for Hyde. And now Saigon Phantoms are the ones on top. 5v3. This should be an easy Lord.
We might see a meta shift here, Staffa, where you might want to go for a frontline tank, and look at that, Lamage gets taken down by Malitizi.
Ooh, the flicker, launch shaker, they find Agi, Meow! Looking to match up his opponent's skill. Jinsu tries to run away, but Glorious Pathway slows him down. And that is a very, very dead Kalea. A lore taken by Saigon Phantoms, and for the first time in the series, they are looking ahead.
Yeah, we got to look back into this replay where Lamage tried to go in, but I'm not so sure if he was stunned, but he was not able to regenerate a lot of shields there. So he was taken down, and now Saigon Phantoms, maybe this is all they needed. Take away the Lapu. Juviana is still a problem, but at least Hyde and Malitizi gets to play the game. For the first time here, Malitizi has not died 3 times. He's 1-1 and 4. Definitely much better compared to the previous 2 games.
It's a huge difference here. I do feel like Leon has been making the mistake of fighting a bit too much when they clearly don't have enough damage yet. They need to wait until Agi has a couple more items under his belt, because there's just so many tanky heroes on the side of SGP. Lord gonna be pushing up top mid tier 2, going to go down. Leon should be able to hold beyond that though.
Yeah, and my point is maybe you got to consider either your jungler or your roamer just to be a frontline tank. Not really a setup, not really a catch kind of hero, but you can see with the changes in the items, it might be possible for a tank to 1v5.
Glorious Pathway and Feather Airstrike going to keep Leon in their base and allow Saigon Phantom to take tier 2. Finally, they are in control. Finally, the map is looking like it did in all of their victories before. 3k lead for SGP as we approach the 12-minute mark.
And now MZU having that that immortality might force them to fight soon. In fact, maybe now.
Yeah, they've collapsed on Lamage. He's able to flicker out, just barely gets away with the Falling Star Moon as well. So good job on the Esme for escaping. But had to use a lot to get out of there.
But still, it is pretty worth it. It's 12 minutes in. There's still a lot of MLBB to be played. So Leon is not out of it just yet. They just need to scale up. Water needs enough damage so that he can actually burst the targets down. Agi is still up top when it comes to damage, but I feel like most of it is just poking, especially against that high loss, because the high loss can take quite a lot. Speaking of which, he is the highest damage taken here with 91,000 damage taken, followed up by Lamaj as well as Meow. So the high loss is taking a lot, but he only died twice. Shows that he's tanking quite well here.
I think they're just too bulky. Ooh, Flicker title strike on the Tsunami Slam on Meow, but he flickers back up. Feather Death Strike zones away Leon Esports, and now Jinzu has been abandoned in the front line. Malik TZ finds the kill.
So now, SGP, they're in a very good position here, and they just can't screw up now, man. Like, they cannot allow Leon one more game. Because, again, just to remind everyone, they've been here before. They've been in the grand finals for the wildcard spot. They do not want to lose here.
Traction Pulse comes out, but the Feather Death Strike once again keeps Leon away. Jawowski is able to secure the Lord. And now the inhibitors for Leon are looking sweaty.
Jawowski having that dominance ice made it so that now he's even more tankier. And again, with the changes, this really helps out the Boxia, because the more raw stats that the Boxia has, the more that he can basically ignore the damage, especially later on. If this game does go on longer and if he builds the blade armor, he will take virtually 0 damage from Agi, despite Agi having penetration items with the Divine Glaive, but the stats is just going to be too much, and the reflect damage from that blade armor is just going to kill Agi before it kills Jawowski.
Yeah, that was the classic counter to Kimmy when she was one of the popular picks in the meta a little while ago. Glorious Pathway going to be used mid. Feather Disc keeps Agi away. Lord collides up top. Top inhibitor is gone. Mid inhibitor will follow soon. There's another wave as well. So Saigon Phantom looking to clear the entire base at once. The Lord will eventually down, but the crystal is now wide open. One more push is all it will take.
Hey, maybe this is the winning draft here, Stafa, because both teams are doing quite well with Farsa and Lapu Lapu. So, hey, maybe something shifted here. It looks like Lamaj had to use the flicker to avoid getting stomped by Jawowski. But Leon, with 5,000 gold lead, Malik TZ finally having a good game. Hyde able to deal out of damage. How can Leon respond? Because I really feel like it's on Water, but I don't think Water has the position to really do anything.
Yeah, personally, this is why I was wondering about the Joy pick at the very end, but the Glorious Pathway comes out. Feather Disc Strike once again. Lamaj, Falling Star Moon to escape, just barely gets out. It's a good stun there, but Revitalize is keeping Saigon topped up. Water finishes up Hyde in the front line, but it's already a double kill for Malik TZ. They've lost 3 on the side of Leon Esports. It's a triple kill for the Harif, and now Jawowski collides with Agi. He's trying to defend, but he's all by his lonesome. Water is trying to recall the base. Minions are on top of the crystal already, and now Saigon Phantom puts a score on the board. They take game number 3.
It is not gonna be a 4-0, and after 2 attempts with an assassin for Jawowski, he goes for that Boxia and gets the win. But the MVP for this game is gonna be Mzu, where he was able to get first blood in the first instance in mid, and then after that, taking almost, I would have to assume close to 160, 170,000 damage, and just surviving off of all of that.
Yeah, I do personally feel like Leon Esports' draft was a little bit too greedy here. There's a reason why I was considering them to go for a tank jungle. They just didn't survive long enough for Agi to actually output the damage on this Kimmy, since there were heroes like Hylos and Lapu Lapu and Boxia just running up to them and eating their damage like they're drinking water.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Lamaj really had no impact on this game, and I didn't pay that much attention on the laning phase. I don't know if Malik just played out of his mind, making sure that he still wins the trade against the Esmeralda. But I guess the biggest thing here is that Jinzu could not catch anyone, because the question is, who's to catch? Right? Do you want to catch the Hylos? Do you want to catch the Boxia? Even the Lapu is a dangerous guy for you to catch. And with Hyde and Malik having that Purify, really deny Jinzu of any catch potential.
Yeah, I do feel like they kind of messed up the draft after the initial Kalea there. This is why I was thinking they would still go to Farsa anyway. But Kimmy could have still worked. I just feel like Leon tried to fight a little bit too often early on when they should have known that their opponents are just way too bulky for them to kill. And by giving up too many objectives and too many lost fights, they just slowly lost control of the game.
So now the damage king is going to be Hyde. Frontliner, Juviana, 108,000 damage taken. Rich Guy's going to be Malik Teasy and Lone Wolf. Mia was able to get 2 solo kills. But I do have to note where even against the Farsa, it took him actually quite a while for him to get a kill there. So maybe the joy is just not it right now, when even a Farsa, you got to take a few seconds to actually get a kill.
Yeah, the joy worked in the game previously because there was actually so little burst damage in the game throughout that Water was able to just run in and out. But in any typical situation, as long as there's some form of burst, Joy has a really difficult time here, because once the electrifying beat comes out and you don't get a kill, what do? You're just stuck, surrounded by 3 very bulky frontliners that are clearly gonna outpace you. I think that Saigon Phantom was able to respond to this draft quite well, but Leon also may have taken a few too many risks.
So finally, Saigon Phantom is on the board. So I think their fans here can have a sigh of relief just a little bit. Especially it looked pretty rough in game number 1 and game number 2. But this does put a big highlight here, Staffa, for Farsa as well as the Lapu. I feel like more for the Lapu because you can actually see what is doing. For the Farsa, I think it's just weird that she's not getting picked off, even when they have the tools for it. It is more on the player for actually avoiding those attempts anyways. But it just reminds us that Farsa just does a lot of damage.
Farsa does so much damage. Just look at Agi there trying to slowly pelt them down, and Hyde has already burst Jinzu off the map. Unfortunately, the front line is just way too tanky, right? You see people trying to chase the back line, and they are able to succeed initially, but then Saigon Phantom revisits their form. They start targeting Juviana. This Arlet was 5-0 in 6 minutes, but then after that, lost all relevance.
And also it is honestly their mistake, because they give the shutdown goal that enabled SGP to equalize, because they really shouldn't go for a fight when all your abilities have been used, but they went for it anyways. It was a worthy attempt, because if they do get the kills, they would be in a very good position to essentially get all outer turrets. But I really feel like they were not in a position to do that.
Yeah, this is the fight that we were talking about here, where everything just suddenly turned around. Juviana was the first one dead because he was just basically running down the front of the turtle pit, which is not going to work, especially with the feathered airstrike going uncontested in the back. They lose the turtle, and then after that they keep trying to take fights, which I think is fine. You want to go for pickoffs in the first place, but when you have too many people on the opposite side facing you, I think you have to reconsider.
And in this game, I really feel like Juviana had an amazing game. He was not the problem, really. It's just that Water has been an amazing performance the previous 2 games, but this one on the Joy is clearly not it, you know. Especially like maybe it is both the combination of the Boxia as well as the high loss, making it so that whenever he does go in, he does get heavily punished here, which shouldn't be the case considering that they've already seen the draft. They could have played around it. High loss was 5th pick, but still, I don't know. I feel like they had opportunities to not go for that route.
Yeah, Joy is too poor of an answer to be picked that late in the draft, basically. You can see at this stage in the highlights where Leon just throws all of their abilities onto the Hylos, and Enzu walks out with all his HP revading, right? Even with the Revitalize as well. If you're not able to pick off one of the tanks, what are you going to do when there's 3 of them, right? And they're actually out DPSing you despite out surviving you at the same time. So even from the get-go, I feel like this draft already set them up at a huge disadvantage.
So in this situation, I feel like Leon, I feel like second pick, actually. I feel like second pick is the prio right now. Funny enough, unless you want to pull a SRG and just first pick the Lapu Lapu. Honestly, for me, I think it's worth it because Lapu is pretty strong, but I think the teams are not super invested in it just yet. So I feel like second pick should, funny enough, be the priority, just so that you can get a good Farsa Lapu start, because that has shown to be the winning draft here.
Personally, I feel like if these teams have not realized that Lapu Lapu is worth contesting by now, I feel like something is wrong, right? Yeah, why not pick it early? It's one of the most flexible heroes in the game right now. Can go EXP, can go gold, doesn't have a lot of lane counters, scales well in damage and sustain, especially with changes to tank items. Yeah, just first pick it. Why not?
Now, I feel like for Leon, they're still okay, because I feel like that kind of loss, they can really see what was really wrong. Because I think they did pick up that joy kind of as an answer for the Farsa. Now that they can see that, okay, the joy is not enough, they just gotta go for something else, you know?
Yeah, hopefully. Well, let's see what's going to be the map here. We are now officially entering game number 4. And that means that we are halfway through the grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who only just joined us now, you've been missing out on the action, but don't worry, there's plenty more to come. LEON Esports currently on 2 wins, SGP on 1. Momentum on their side, since they were just able to reverse the fates and take the victory in game number 3. Saigon Phantom gonna be on blue side. They banned the exact same heroes from before, getting rid of Fanny, but also the signature pickups of Lancelot and Hellkit. We've already seen how strong water is on the Lancelot, so it's understandable that they would choose to just get rid of it in the first place. The Kalea, Haya, and CC going to be removed by Leon. I'm still personally a little bit questioning about the CC ban. Yes, she can be quite strong once she has her scaling, but she feels a lot weaker in the early phases now. So I feel like it's actually a hero you can be willing to let go. But Saigon Phantom, they will have first pick. Do they want to go into something like the Lapu Lapu? Or do they want to keep it standard? Go into the Yi Sun Shin. Lancelot and Hayabusa are both already banned out. I feel like first pick Lapu Lapu is actually genuinely good. They could also go Baxia, I suppose, and keep the draft open. But, oh, okay. Going in a different direction, the Eve going to make its appearance here. Very popular hero throughout MCCM, but not heavily contested in the grand final so far. This means that if Leon does go for the Farsa, there's going to be some artillery to deal with it, not to mention that this hero enables very heavy team fight gameplay. We could go into the Lapu Lapu here. I feel like Leon probably needs to grab the Lapu Lapu. In fact, why not just go Lapu Lapu Farsa again? Yup, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Since this is the exact same mid-EXP duo that won them games 1 and 2 pretty handedly. That means that there's already going to be a very solid front line and burst that SGP might need to worry about. Now, there's a few options that SGP can go here. If they want to fully play alongside the Eve in terms of team fight, there's going to be heroes like Hylos, like Alice that can help set things up. Arlette as well, going to be quite solid. They probably do want to go for their jungler in advance. Going for the Yi Sun Shin might actually be good, because if the Lapu Farsa has been the win con for Leon, the Yi Sun Shin Eve has actually been the win con for Saigon Phantom. They go in a different direction though. They go Alice got taught. This means that the jungle hero pool will probably be tricky, since both teams are probably going to be looking to contest those heroes going next, and that's exactly why Leon is going to grab the Baxia right now. So now that Leon has their jungler, they will probably start banning out junglers on their side. They'll get rid of things like the Yi Sun Shin. Jawowski hasn't really played a lot of other junglers outside of the main trio, aka Haya, Lance, and YSS. So Leon's gonna get rid of that. Wouldn't be surprised if they just get rid of Fredrin as well, but I personally don't think they need to be worried about doing that, since if they go Fredrin now, Saigon Phantom might actually be missing some damage overall. SGP bans out the Hari, which is interesting, because unless they're also planning on banning out the Granger, this would give the Granger pick to Leon quite easily. So if they're going to be planning to do that, I feel like the next ban from SGP is probably going to be Granger as well. The Joy gonna be banned by... Oh yeah, of course, you banned the Wanwan. That makes a lot more sense. That was the hero that Lamage won games 1 and 2 with. But Leon banning out the Joy is kind of strange, I suppose. I don't actually think it's that strong. I guess they're just banning it because it's inside like Water's hero pool.
Yeah. All I have to say, like Leon, amazing draft, right? Having this Lapu, Farsa, Baxia, and now even the Granger as well. SGP, they got notable picks here with the Eve as well as the Gatot. But now becomes the question, what is going to be the answer for the Lapu? Because in my opinion, the Eve, the Alice, they got to maybe just a little bit, but there really isn't much counter for this Lapu so far. They do need, like, I don't know, an easy point and click damage so that the Lapu actually does get punished. Because I don't see that right now, right? I don't see I don't know, like even for the jungle, man, I don't know what else is up so that the Lapu will have a problem here. But it looks like there might be a pause here because they're talking to the, it was
They're
Jawalski.
raising their hand. Okay, if there's a bit of a technical issue, then hopefully it's not a big one here. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. There needs to be some kind of tool to handle the Lapu. Eve is already fairly bulky, so we can handle the Lapu for a little while.
Ooh.
Okay. Wow. Carry Guinevere.
Well, we did talk about carry just a little bit before. Honestly, is able to deal with the Lapu as long as someone is able to burst the shield. The damage that the carry has can kill. But now having that Matilda, that extra shield, I don't know if they can burst the shield and let the true damage actually go through.
Well, you can't underestimate a carry. This hero actually does so much damage in such a short amount of time. And those auto attacks really attach to you as well. You're not going to be able to get away. Matilda will enable Leon to play for a more early game timing, and if they're able to maximize that with the Baxia and the Farsa, they could go for an early game snowball like before. But if they're not able to get off the ground running, there's a very good chance for the opposite side to get that scaling up.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this Matilda is going to go, because so far we have seen like better results coming in from just pure tank, right? Especially when it comes to fight around those neutral objectives like the Turtle and the Lord. You need someone to open up the map, someone to open up the space, and they can do it with the Baxia. But sometimes as a jungler, you kind of want to make sure you don't take a lot of damage first.
That is absolutely the case. Well, at the very least, they'll have a Lapu, which so far has been the pain in the butt for these teams here. But we are now officially entering the halfway point of our grand finals today, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be game number 4. Saigon Phantom on the blue side versus LEON Esports on the red. Can SGP even this back up?
Yep. And now Jawalski on this Guinevere has showed up his Guinevere quite a few times. And I got to say, amazing performance where even if somehow she's low, able to get out of harm's way, and now even counter jungling, that is very fast. Good counter jungle to take some farm away from the Baxia. So probably gonna have just a little bit of EXP advantage when it comes to fighting for the Turtle later on.
Yeah, I think so as well. First Turtle is going to be a pretty important timing. As we've already pointed out, LEON Esports has a slightly better early game draft with the Matilda Baxia duo. And the goal here is to try and get as much of an early game snowball with it as possible. I would have liked to see some invades, but I can also understand it's kind of risky with a Gatot Eve mid. So the first place where they can really make a statement is going to be that first turtle fight. So it looks like they're actually just gonna jump on Hyde! And beautifully played! First blood to Aki.
Dude, mid laners are so important now, man. We see multiple times gank, like damage dealing from the mid. Both Agi as well as Hyde, they're going to be the linchpin for both teams. And now, Water, he wants to get inside the pit, but looks like it's going to get stopped by Emzu.
Ooh, Violent Requiem catches the box. Yeah, that should be a free one for Jawowski, and indeed it is. He picks up the turtle. Emzu, though, gonna end up being sacrificed for it. Flicker forward from Agi. He wants to get the stun on Jawowski, but Meow is there to stop them and force them back.
Yep. The Matilda so far is good in terms of preventing deaths, but so far hasn't been that aggressive tool just yet. The only one is that them catching Hyde, but definitely not like the performances when they're using a front line. And now it looks like he's getting caught.
Nice taunt from Emzu, and Hyde gonna be able to pick up a kill there. So like you mentioned, LaFell, I think the mid laners being the linchpin is absolutely what is happening.
So now Jawowski looks like is going for this buff, and it's dying so fast, and he gets it for free.
Yeah, he steals it away. Feathered Airstrike only does about half HP's worth of damage, so that already slows down Water's momentum.
So this is probably very uncomfortable here for Water, because he's not dying or anything, but he's definitely going down a bit in terms of EXP against Jawowski, or Jawowski keeps on getting something for him. In terms of the goal lead, there really is not that big of a difference, especially because you see Water getting 2 assists, Jawowski having 0, so that's where the goal is coming from, is getting goal from those assists. But the farm man, Jinzu on this Matilda is not really all that great at protecting your side of the jungle, which is also another reason why we see more pure tanks being the roamer of choice instead of any kind of sports.
Speaking of the Matilda, Jinzu in trouble. RWM locks him down. Malik TC finds the kill, but Feather Airstrike comes back out. It's a killing spree for Agi as the carry gets melted in a second.
So the carry, again, like Malik should be used to getting a pretty hard game, at least early on, but now the turtle, Throne of Ruin, hits onto 1.
Meow gonna get stopped. Jawowski secures the turtle, but they're chasing them down, and Juviana is going ham with a double kill on both Jawowski and Meow.
So now Leon is in a very prime spot again. Having this Farsa Lapu is doing something for the team.
They get the full knockup. Emzu cannot even ult away. He's been perma-CC'd. The Gatot goes down, and they eat the entire gold shield down bottom, not even letting Malik get close to the wave.
So now Leon, they got that momentum back, man. They got that momentum, and Water, he's losing farm, but having 5 assists tremendously helps you out. Hyde having that glowing wand will make Boxer maybe sustain a little bit less, but now we can start to see here. The problem is going to be the damage, man. Having just the Corrosion Scythe on the carry is good. Early game helps you farm, helps a little bit of a utility for the team with that slow. But you need a little bit more. You need that damage, which looks like Leon has tons of with Farsa, with the Lapu, as well the Granger. There's a lot of damage. So SGP, they got to work around that. They desperately need to work around that.
Well, as long as Malik TZ is still able to get that Marksman Trinity, this carry will still genuinely be quite a big threat. Oh, Jawowski coming in from flank. Violent Requiem misses, but the damage is so high. The AOG comes in. Jinzu gets knocked up and taken down. Water tanking up really hard, able to survive. RWM locked down 3! Into the spatial migration. Lamont goes down. Jawowski gonna be finished off, but trade is there. Aki not gonna be able to survive this, just trying to buy space. Water did manage to back up. What? Aki flight? Agi is allowed to walk out. All right, sure.
Hey, Cassacres, man. The moment you say, there's no way, they figure out a way. That's why they're professional players, despite all odds. Their cooldowns comes out so much faster than us pub players, man.
just the tournament diff right there, Lafel. We can't even comprehend it.
So now the turtle. This is gonna be the last turtle of the game so far. All has been secured by SGP. Water is here. Don't know how this contest is gonna be. Meow looking for the Throne of Ruin.
Throne of Ruin on 3 into the AOG onto the 2 backliners. Lamaj and Agi have to back things up, but Water still secures the turtle because the front line of SGP was too distracted. And now they dive in. Leon comes down, guiding wind, pulling them forward. Agi with the monster kill. Lamaj finds Sky Piercer's stack, and Leon are hitting back hard.
Oh yeah, Leon. Again, they want this championship point. SGP still gotta wait that item, man. It's only 7 minutes. I feel like if they can extend up until 13, then that's where they really hit that power spike. And Lamashi has a Sky Piercer stack, but it's just one, so it's not that bad. It's still very much manageable. You just don't let him get a triple kill. The moment he gets a triple kill, then that's where you can maybe worry just a little bit more. But for now, honestly, SGP being 4,000 behind is surprisingly manageable still with their draft.
Definitely, as long as they don't fall too much further behind from this, they can still definitely make it back into the game. So with this draft, there is a lot riding on Malik TZ's shoulders. He's basically going to be the most consistent source of DPS, and then beyond that, Hyde maybe. Eve has already been...
I feel like all the Eve really needs right now is just that Wishing Lantern. Once the Wishing Lantern is built, oh, good dodge!
They're gonna dive in. Emzu has to use AOG defensively. This should be a free tier 2 down bottom. The zoning from Leon is reaching a fever pitch. They know they're strong right now. Violet Requiem finds Water, locks him in the RWM, and the Throne of Ruin connects with the backline, but no one else is able to walk forward. The artillery is too much. Jinsu may be making a mistake with the dash there, but not going to be punished for it. In fact, another Predator strike comes out. Jinsu nearly dead, and Lapu will confirm it. It's a godlike streak for Agi.
Yo, right now, it almost... like Farsa is saying that I'm the Empress here. You know, I know we have another Empress in the game, but she's the real Empress right now because there's so many ways. There's a Alice, there's a Guinevere, there's a Gatot Kacha, and Agi is untouched, 7-0 and 3. There's no way to catch this Farsa.
And there is a way to catch Jawowski though. He tried to go for full combo, but he was isolated. The Lord is taken. 2-man Landshaker forces back Meow and Emzu. Juliana is unkillable once again. Leon Esports are now in full control.
So right now, Leon, 7,000 gold. Agi being untouched. Lamaj getting another stack of that Sky Piercer. We got to look at the items here. I feel like Malik does have 4. But he might need... No, he might have 3, but he needs 4, I believe. I think he needs that Malefic gun for the added range for him to do the damage safely, because that's the biggest problem right now. He can't do it safely.
Juliana finally will go down. It took the force of 5 people to do so, and it looks like Leon not gonna let them go without a fight. Nice circling eagle brings Water in, and Jawowski is gonna be the one that pays the price. Lamaj also building up that damage. Look at the poke from the Jacksonada. Malik TZ nearly dead just from 2 hits. The Lord will go down. Mid inhibitor still standing, but bottom inhib might not be as lucky. Leon wants a tower here, and they will get one.
Right now, SGP, maybe Malik is a player that can really just shine on the marksman, and that's a big problem. He did not even finish the Trinity. I thought he did. He just finished it right now at 10 minutes and 43 seconds. But again, he needs 4. He doesn't need 3. This is one of the biggest downfalls of Trinity build marksmen right now, is that you complete it way too late. And by the time you have 3 items is not enough. You need 4. You need an additional penetration. And even though Carry's passive makes it so that you don't need that penetration, but the added range, man, especially against a Farsa, you really need it because you cannot deal with the damage of a Granger, much less a Farsa at this point.
Yeah, the poke damage of Granger is just too much. There's a reason why he's one of the top meta gold lane picks currently. And even Farsa adding to that artillery means that it's nearly impossible for Saigon Phantom to walk up. they're already being relegated to playing in their base.
And having just 2 inhibitors here at 11 minutes, there's a good chance with the next Lord, they could get the other 2 inhibitors. And with the range that they have, there's a good argument to say that maybe they can even just end the game right then and there. And even if there's a good setup coming in from Meow, I feel like the damage, especially from Lamage, should be enough to actually kill this Alice once the channeling of the Throne of Ruin is over. Because Alice is only tanky during that few seconds of channeling the throne. Before and after, she's not that tanky anymore.
I feel like at this point, Saigon Phantom might have to just throw bodies to hope that Malik TZ is able to get some shutdown gold. And even then, it might not be enough. We're looking at a 7,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. The next Lord has finally spawned. Saigon Phantom is in the area, but unless they can catch the backline, they cannot contest it.
Yeah. Agi is the main target. A big bounty is on him. And look at that. Oh my god!
Flicker Landshaker on 3! Juviana, the playmaker of Saigon Phantom, and he's still alive after everything, forcing out multiple flickers. They chase down Jawowski. It's a killing spree for Lamage. This Lapu needs to be banned.
Dude, ban, first pick, I don't care. I don't know why it keeps getting let through. At this point, both the Lapu and the Farsa has a 100% win rate on the grand finals. And SGP, you lost 1 grand finals. You do not want to lose another.
They're trying to force down the mid inhib, and it looks like they will be able to get it as well, even with 1 minion standing. Leon going to translate this into an empty base. And guess what? The Lord is pushing down bottom as well.
Yeah, look at this. The minions, both top and bottom, are here. Agi has the ult, same as Lamage, and an engage comes in.
The kind of violent Requiem. Juviana actually does end up going, so now it's the full dive. Meow looking for the Granger, but not able to jump on top of him. Without their frontliner, it's a bit more difficult for Leon to actually push and end this, but they will be able to find Mega Kill on Meow at least. Another minion wave pushing in. It's a 4v4 situation, but their health is looking a little bit worse for the wear here. So I think Leon might have to give up on this push attempt. No, they actually still go in on it. Water rolls in on Jawowski, cancels out Feathered Airstrike into the AOG. Jawowski just barely gets away. Mzu finds the shutdown onto Agi. That's 7 kills, and Malik TZ! He's jumping in, he finds the killing spree. Picks off Water. That's his first death of the game.
Now that's disrespect. I understand you can heal up because the Flash of the Oasis from Jinzu can heal the team. But again, right now, Malik TZ does have 3 items off of those kills. Getting a shutdown onto Agi, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the 4th soon. In fact, no. Jumps up from 3 to 5 full item Staffa. Imagine how big that shutdown goal was, that he went from 3 items all the way to fully built.
That's why you gotta keep those streaks intact. This might be a turnaround here if Leon is not careful. They do still have a pretty nice goal lead though. So they are able to hold their mid-tier 1 for now.
Yep. Jawowski, man, able to get the Farsa finally. But that's something that the Agi has to keep in mind, man. He should not put himself in danger. As a mid laner, yes, sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself for the better of the team, but only when it's necessary. That is one of the situations where I feel like it really was unnecessary, especially when you have 7 kills onto you. Malik is full build at 15 minutes, so is a legitimate threat. You got to deal with that, and one of the members that can deal with it is definitely Agi. So that's going to be the main objective for Leon. Kill Malik TZ, and then all of a sudden the game gets much easier for them.
But that previous mistake just turned the game from a nearly guaranteed victory into a potential turnaround. That's how you gotta be respectful of these late game scaling heroes. Malik TZ may have had a tough game, but now that he actually has his items, you gotta respect the carry. You can't just run into it willy-nilly anymore.
And now even Hyde having that Wishing Lantern. The damage on SGP is no joke right now. So Leon, they don't have another front line besides Baxia here. Juviana, though, wants to get onto Jawowski.
Here comes the Crimson Gleam Flicker. Throne of Ruin connects with Lamage, but he is able to dash away, and Meow gets bursted instantly. Juviana's been buying time the entire time. Will eventually go down to Malik TC. That's a mega kill for Carry. Jawowski steals the Lord away from Leon Esports, and now they're diving them. The front line has already been melted away. Lamage trying to escape, but he's not able to do so. Immortality down. Agi trying to back him up. He finds the monster kill at least, but he gets shut down by Jawowski. The game is now being burst wide open. Spatial migration finds the Farsa. Benedict comes out. High gets bursted, but is it worth it? Jawowski gets the double kill. He finds one more knockup onto Jinzu. He doesn't need to go for that one. 4 members of Leon have been dispatched.
If Leon loses this one, there's going to be a big argument backstage with the coaching staff, because that was a game that Leon could have easily won, but overstaying their welcome, trying to end the game then and there, a little bit too thirsty for that win, is potentially costing them the game here. Because we got to look at the replay. The Throne of Ruin is able to get enough damage onto Lamage, and then Juviana doing quite well, actually buying a little bit of time. We've got to look at Jawowski. Jawowski multiple times gets himself in the fray, surviving for a very long time, juggling the members of Leon, providing enough space where even though Malitizi did get taken down, but enough damage was dealt. And now AOG up top.
Yeah, they're chasing them now. Lamage is trying to get away, but he gets caught inside the Violet Requiem. Lamage is down for the count. The Lord is pushing up top lane, but they managed to melt most of it. Juviana standing in front. Lapu is less tanky now than his late game, but still enough to hold the line and allow Jawowski to be bursted. Meow, he's actually gonna burn here. It's a double kill for Agi. SGP may have stayed too long. Malik TC just barely dodges away from the rolling wheel, but that means that the rest of them are able to connect with him. Immortality has been burned. M2 trying to defend his gold laner, but they're not able to do so. The flicker forward. Wind of Nature only delays things, but it might be enough. Malik TC survives.
He got to thank his lucky stars. Still surviving, but looks like he really wants the kill onto Malitizi, and he gets it. Killing spree for Jinzu using the Matilda. But Matilda is an assassin, so feeling like Hellkurt.
That is a key pickoff. If Malik TC was alive, it'd be a lot easier for Saigon Phantom to hold back this push, but it's going to be a 5v2, maybe 3, since Meow is coming back. Jawowski is there, gets the knockup onto the far side, but doesn't quite have the ult combo, misses out on that. Minions have just spawned though, so that means the base is still alive. Leon, I don't think they can full push this. Yup, they will have to back it off.
Now this is starting to become an intense game 4 here. 22 kills for Leon, 13 for SGP, and now the Lord will be spawning soon. And I would say it's equal for both teams in terms of the probability of them getting the Lord here. But we got to remember, 19 minutes in, this Lord is fairly tanky. We might see a full-on fight instead of going for the Lord for 50-50, because I really feel like you do not want to take that 50-50 here.
I don't know, these teams are so far shown that they are willing to brawl. It may not be the logical idea, but it's what feels right in their hearts and their souls. All 5 players on both teams are gathering around the Lord Pit. It is going to get reset once. The wave's currently pushing in favor of LEON Esports, and that'll give him some time to play with.
Get the Lord, half HP. They're still holding on to it. Looks like Leon, they're waiting for it to engage, and look at Jawowski.
They found the Violet Requiem on Juviana, but the flank comes in on both sides. Meow jumping on Lamage. Meanwhile, we've got the Baxia in the back line as well. They found Malik TC. Agi in some trouble. Meow gonna be traded. Winter Crown comes out on the far side. He flickers away from Jawowski, but Hyde flickers forward to find a shutdown. Jinzu though with the mega kill, with the double kill on the Matilda. Emsu is the only one left. 4v1. The base is wide open. Juviana's not letting him go home. That's gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 ends with a wipeout and a victory going to LEON Esports.
And now this is championship point. Leon just needs one more win for them to qualify to the wildcards in M7. And now Jinzu being the MVP, even as a roamer, dealing 33,000 damage using the Matilda. But again, this is a support assassin, able to get the kills when he was needed.
Jinsu made the hard calls, man. You always look at Matilda, you think like, she's more of a utility support, but no, she can actually do some damage. The fact that Jinsu chased down Malik TZ there allowed them to retake the advantage, and him even picking up a double kill in the end game. I think we're starting to see why the Hellcat was so effective in his hands.
Speaking of effective, we gotta talk about Lapu and Farsa, because like what, 100% at this point, Stafa. Mali got to the power spike, still in a way was not enough. The damage king is still Lamage. He's the DPS machine as well. Predator Agi having the most kills, and frontliner Water. Leon almost threw that one. Like we gotta say it as it is. They almost throwed, but able to win it out at the end.
Yeah, I think if Saigon Phantom had played that just a little bit cleaner when they were given the opportunity to come back, they could have actually won this. It could have been a 2-2, but Leon also needed to be a little bit cleaner, got a little bit too desperate to end the game with that push, and that costed them. We've already seen many reversals as a result of things like this.
Yep. Let the mid laner and gold laner play, and then ban out the Lapu or first picking. Personally, for me, I would take first pick and just take the Lapu. I do not care. There's a Yisun Shin, Lancelot, Kimi. I legit don't care. Lapu is the king right now, and Farsa's the queen. You gotta get either or, and if the opponent gets just both, bro, that's too much.
It does seem to be, right? 100% win rate for the Farsa Lapu on both teams throughout the grand finals. If there wasn't respect before, I think there needs to be some respect now, especially since now it is match point.
And because this is championship point, we are going for a break to let both teams prepare for potentially the final game. So we're going for a short break, but after this, we're resuming the grand finals.
thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Phòng căng sóng không có khuất với công nghệ FPT Wi-Fi 6 phủ sóng xuyên tường, đường truyền tốc độ cao bứt phá mọi không gian, đảm bảo đường truyền ổn định cho giải trí, học tập và làm việc cùng lúc, không lo gián đoạn. Sóng khỏe không giới hạn, chọn ngay FPT Wi-Fi 6.
takes up time, calling stars and rhythms chime. carving runes through sweat and grind. We last sundering down from night, flipping scarves and dead inside. One more rumbles in, good rain. Nice to meet you. Shrine where roots and dreams entwine. Our halos lost in sacred shine. Crystallizing holy shrine. Nice to meet us.
Welcome back, everyone, to the M Challenge Cup Season 6 Grand Finals here between LEON going up against Saigon Phantom. Right now, LEON is on championship point. They need one more victory to qualify for the wild cards in M7 in Jakarta. My name is Apel. Alongside with me is Stafa. And so far, the name of the game is the King and Queen, Lapu as well as Farsa, dominating the entire grand finals.
It did come pretty close in the previous game. It looked like we might see that domination end after LEON Esports made a mistake that nearly allowed Saigon Phantom to make the comeback in the very final push. But they were still able to close it out in the end, which means a single game win is what separates them from moving on to the international stage. Saigon Phantom, they want to go up there to the M7 wildcard. They want to have a chance to face off once again against RLGSE, which they were not able to defeat in the previous tournament. But now they are at risk of having their journey cut short once again. Will they be able to do what is necessary to turn this around?
And I feel like between the two, you really got to give some respect over to Lapu Lapu. I do believe that you can lose with Lapu and Farsa on the same team, but why make life difficult for you? Life is hard as it is, man. Right? Even choosing what to eat for dinner can be a struggle. So why make your life hard? Just make it easier.
Yeah. Why make your life hard when you could be easier, right? And just do what you gotta do, you know? And in this case, maybe getting rid of Lapu Lapu, or at the very least splitting apart the duo in some way, might make your life easier by just a little bit. But it does bring up the questions of what else do you let through the draft? What else do you ban? What are you willing to trade? And which side of the draft would you rather be on in order to set yourself up?
Well, looking at how the game has been shaping up, I really do like that second pick, especially if no team is willing to pick up that Lapu Lapu first. So Saigon Phantom, they are on second pick here. I wonder if they're going to let the Lapu go in hopes that they get the Lapu first pick. This is a pretty fast ban here. Leon betting out of Hayabusa and the CC SGP betting out of Fanny.
Looks like they'll also ban out the Baxia, so some small variation in the way this draft is going, because previously SGP would ban out the Lancelot and the Hellkurt, which means that at least one of those heroes is going to get let through. And those are pretty scary in the hands of Leon. I also quite like that Kalea is being taken out, because it seems pretty clear that Leon doesn't really want to play off of that.
Yep. And now the Boxy have been banned, so maybe they will let go of the Hellkurt because it's easier for you to play around when there's no tank jungle. The Fredrin is still there, but I feel like the moment you see a Fredrin or a Hellkurt pick without the other, that is a pretty solid ban here. Honestly, I would ban the Lapu, man. Ban the Lapu. Even if they get a Farsa, just try to play around it.
I think that's fair, actually. Lapu Lapu just seems so powerful in this series right here. They banned the Arlet instead. Now, there is a choice for Leon right now. They could go first pick Lapu, but there's also things like the Lancelot, which are open, which are very likely to get grabbed straight away.
That.
But looks like, yeah, just go for it.
I like that. Even they're seeing, they're like, wait, hold on. This has not lost a single game. We gotta pick up the Lapu here. SGP, they can pick up the Lance. I would say Lance Farsa, because even if you don't have the combo, you do not want to let go Farsa Lapu again.
Yeah.
Although Lapu does terrify Farsa, so worry about that.
That is the concern, isn't it? But if you don't steal those away, and Leon gets their hands on them, you're already setting yourself up for a very dangerous point. Farsa and Lancelot have both been heroes that Leon have done very well with. They go for Farsa, but they lock in the Yi Sun Shin instead, so we might get to see Water's Lancelot once again.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lancelot Gatot here would be pretty good for Leon. Unless they want to set up for an Atlas, then maybe they can pick up maybe an Eve as well as a Lancelot. So I feel like Lancelot plus Roam or Mid, it's pretty good in this spot.
Yeah, I agree. One of those would be great. Technically, if you are confident, you could even bypass Lancelot entirely and go Eve Gatot, and then you would have a really powerful mid duo. But Water just plays such a good Lancelot that I feel like he has to grab it while he has the chance. So yeah, they'll surrender to Eve and they'll go Lance Gatot.
Now here's the dangerous thing, Staffa. What if Leon gets a Valentina, so they still get the Farsa Lapu?
That's possible, actually. That is very possible. It's a little more difficult to play because you don't have access to things like Wings by Wings, and you actually need to physically steal Feathered Airstrike, but it would give you access to the combo.
Yeah, I mean, like, the options are there, right? Eve would work, Valentina would work. I a little bit less interested with the Kimi, but I can still see that working here. SGP, I think if they pick up, they pick up the Esmeralda. Interesting. I was thinking of picking up a gold laner here, like say the Granger, and then ban out the Harif and one other potential gold laner, and then you honestly have a pretty good showing here.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about showing the Esmeralda at this point because there's a lot of things that SGP might need to ban. Gold laners, as you pointed out, mid laners. You might still want to worry about the X-Borg since right now SGP might still be leaning into double fighter side lane now that they have Yisun Shin. So you gotta pick your poison.
For SGP, I feel like you need to ban at least one, either the Valentina or the Eve. Because I feel like those two are pretty strong right now. So Eve does get banned. For Leon here, I think you made a pretty good call there. If they ban out the X-Borg, then I feel like they are pretty okay dealing with anything else. But instead they ban out the high loss first, which I think is fair because assassins seem to have a bit more difficulty going up against high loss now.
Yeah, I think so as well. So pretty smart right here because they want to enable Water as much as possible. You also want to get rid of the risk of point and click stun. Looks like the last ban from SGP is going to be the Lunox though. So Valentina is open. There's both gold laners are open as well. So I think that Saigon will probably need to contest Granger or Harif away. And the Uranus is going to be the last hero removed from the pool.
If I was SGP, would it be worth it to like give Harif the option to Leon because they have a draft that they can work with, and now they pick up a Kaja. So this is a new pick, but definitely in the realms of a very strong mid trio. A lot of kill threat here, where the Yisun and Farsight should have enough damage to follow with the Kaja.
Yeah, I actually quite like the Kaja here. There's a lot of heroes on Leon that want to dive you, and if you get caught in the Divine Judgment, it sets up perfectly for the Feathered Airstrike. You obviously want to set up Roamer to pair with the Farsa, so why not? But that means that Leon will have access to the Granger and the Valentina. And this is looking like a very complete lineup here from LEON Esports.
Now the problem is, the Valentina, yes, it's good at taking a Feathered Airstrike, but now, even taking that Divine Judgment away, especially around the Lord, if you're able to get the Yisun Shin, it might be lights out. So Leon, they have the tools to fight against Saigon's Phantom Draft, and now they pick up a Phoveus as the last pick here, as potentially able to pin down this Lancelot.
Looks like it is going to be double fighter side lane, but it's a pretty balanced composition since YSS and Farsa will both be able to do a good amount of damage. They don't have an export to worry about, and their late game scaling is not too bad, not to mention the first reveal of a Kaja could enable them to catch their opponents off guard. But I have to say, LEON Esports' composition looks very solid and is definitely in line with the style they want to play.
Well, you know it's do or die when they basically took a draft that they've been hiding for the longest of time, because Malik Teasy has been playing the traditional gold lanes the entire grand finals. Finally, do we see him on a fighter with the Esmeralda. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially the final game of the grand finals here in M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 6, where winner gets not only $3,000 US, but also the ticket to go to the wild cards.
The impetus is on Saigon Phantoms, our Vietnam representatives. Will they be able to turn this around? Only one victory on the board. If they can even things up, there's still a chance for them to steal that slot away, but LEON Esports are on a roll. Can they keep the ball going?
Right now, Hyde is doing quite a good job of spacing things out here in the mid lane. Juviana as well as Meow is going to be a pretty even lane there. So what we really have to see is for Saigon Phantom is the timing. They have a lot of damage early, but how do they engage this? Because Mzu, personally for me, you don't even really need level 4 for that Divine Judgment, especially because Jinzu shouldn't be able to get away from Jaworski when he does use that turtle bolt. So I want to see how fast do they want to start this mid-trio fight.
The scary thing about Leon's lineup in this early phase is that Valentina is going to be able to hit level 4 before the Kaja. So there's the risk of Divine Judgment being used against them before they even have access to it. And the toggle of the Kaja straight away! It's the first blood for Agi with a rotation with the mid lane.
Good cash coming in from Leon, where we were asking when does SGP want to start, and Leon just jumps the gun and they say right now. Agi is 1 minion away from getting level 4. So already in a very dangerous position here where Leon has a very substantial advantage. Even a gold crab goes over to Lamaj. Looking at Juviana almost hitting level 4 as well. This turtle fight is going to be dangerous for SGP.
Definitely. MSU is still a full level away, and we can see Agi has already stolen the Divine Judgment. Jinzu's taking a lot of pull. Ooh, Juviana with the Flicker Land Shaker on Jaworski! Better History comes out, but Agi goes in and cancels it straight away. Water secures the turtle for free. Meow is a bit too far up now. Gets suppressed by the stolen Divine Judgment, but he is still able to back off. He gets Dark Wave out. Jinzu goes down, but Meow gets traded.
Yeah, and Agi now having 2 kills in 2 minutes of the game, already setting up for himself to have an MVP performance, stealing away the Divine Judgment to get a kill. And now this is just the beginning, but it's already 1,300 gold lead here, where the biggest goal difference is in mid. 1,800 against 1,300. A 500 gold difference will make it so that Agi will have access to the glowing wand first. So able to take down Malitizi as well as Meow when they do join the fight.
And this is already not ideal. Remember, anytime you are playing a double fighter side lane, you need to be winning early, or at least going even. If you're falling behind, then you're already missing the purpose of this whole draft concept.
We can see the movement coming in from Mzu, getting pulled here, getting a kill on Juviana.
That was an excellent Divine Judgment. Pulled him back from the dash, actually. So that should help narrow the gap in the EXP lane and even allow SGP to get a good amount of gold off the tower. But a nice AOG. Jinsu not going to let them farm the shield.
Yep, definitely worth it there, especially considering that the turtle is 30 seconds away. So he's going to have that when the turtle spawns. So good use of the utility of his kit, making sure that nothing is given over to SGP.
Things are going to slow down a little bit once again, since the next turtle is up in 15 seconds. Glowing Wand and War Axe now completed on Agi and Juviana, so we're hitting the first item power spikes. Though it's definitely going to be a bit slower for Meow, since this Phobius has been having a tough time.
Yep, but now it should be rotating towards the turtle, and now Mzu gets a pull.
Yeah, very early Divine Judgment, but it's worth it because the Vendor Deathstrike finishes off Juviana before the fight even starts. Stolen Divine Judgment on Malitizi, but they don't have nearly as much burst. So this should give Saigon Phantom advantage over this turtle. They're going to start working on it. But the jungler's already here.
Yep,
Taunt comes in on Meow. Things are a little bit tricky. Dark Wave gets 2-man knockup. Jinzu will go down. I don't think Leon can contest this.
Oh, water almost. That was so close. But still, Jaworski is the one to get the turtle. So now the 1,000 gold lead that Leon had has gone over. Only 600 ahead, which is much more manageable now. Looking at the top wave, looks like Jaworski as well as Malitizi is going to try to get this turret, and they might actually get it.
Looks like they will come back just in time to defend that. But we can see Saigon Phantom now looking a bit more comfortable. As long as they can keep using MZU's Divine Judgment off cooldown, it'll be great. The taunt comes out from Jinzu, but he's stuck inside the Feather Airstrike once again. I feel like that was a bit too risky. The taunt goes down.
And this is good because they're not going for the damage dealers. They actually go for the front line, which is amazing in the early stages of the game, because if the front line falls behind enough, it does make it so that there's really no team fight composition, because there's no one to open up the map, there's no one to tank the abilities, and then eventually the damage dealers will have difficulty in positioning themselves. So MZU catching out Jinzu, catching out Juviana, making sure that Hyde gets to play the game, which, by the way, he is the highest damage dealt in this game. This is a very good strategy the team was able to come up with to deal with this Lapu Lapu.
The Kaja Farsa has always been a classic duo that can guarantee burst kills. And if you pair it up with a hero like Yisun Shin, who can constantly provide vision over the map as well, you are almost guaranteed a kill every single time the Divine Judgment is available. And if they can keep whittling down the farm on Jinzu and Juviana, then Leon won't have a front line to play with.
Lamash now does have the Sky Piercer, so in the next coming turtle fight, I think it is in the best interest of Leon try to get as much stacks onto Lamash, because in a way they are behind now. The gold is not that different, but still, you would preferably... Oh, hold on, MZU. Oh, whoa, Conceal, look at Conceal.
Flickered in, got the Divine Judgment. Agi goes down to Feather Strike. AOG used defensively. Juviana jumps forward to tank things up, but Saigon Phantom instantly scatters. Landshaker connects with two, but Juviana's all alone. This is going to be another turtle for Saigon Phantom.
Yep, Saigon, they already have one. Looks like this is going to be the second one. This is the final turtle of the game. After this, it is going to be the Lord. Good movements right now coming in from MZU. I like the decisiveness. So it looks like the break that they had in between was enough for them to potentially deny Leon of getting the win right now. So in terms of the score here, it looks like Farsa is more needed than the Lapu.
The access to burst damage is very valuable nowadays. And we can see that it's actually a lot more difficult to jump on her than expected, since as long as you have a solid enough front line, you're oftentimes distracted. This Kaja pickup also bringing a lot of value to Saigon. It's been picking people off left and right.
It's almost like they had a conversation and be like, you know what's the biggest problem with Lapu? Is able to immune CC. So how do we stop it? It's like, what about suppress? And then at that moment, they're like,
the light
and
bulb
that becomes the game
dings
changer.
in their head. Oh,
Exactly.
we're seeing that right now. 2k gold lead already. 8 minutes in, Juviana jumps into the bush, gets the flicker, Landscaker, Hyde flickers out, Lamaj is chasing him down, finds the shutdown, but he's out of position now. AOG comes in, Lamaj in danger, Revitalize keeping him alive, MZU pulls him into the tower, but they do trade for Meow. Jawowski looking for some vengeance on Agi, but Jinzu is there, gets the taunt in, and makes sure the rest of Leon gets out.
Now that was a good attempt. So Lamash did die, yes, but they still got a shutdown gold from Hyde, and I think getting that even boosts their confidence just a little bit to know that, hey, we can catch them off guard as long as we do have all of our abilities online. But still, I feel like that is still a worthy trade coming in from Leon.
Yeah, I think so as well. If they're able to stifle Hyde, give the shutdown goal to the Granger, then even him dying is not too bad. But they just caught once again. Divine Judgment with the flicker. He tried to dash away, but it attached regardless. That feels bad for Lamont.
Dude, the Farsa looks so difficult to catch, man. Who knew a bird can be so evasive? So right now, even Water trying to get a kill there was not successful. MZU looking to have an MVP performance, really breathing light into the team of Saigon Phantoms. This Kaja pick, it's a winner.
Up and now Conceal goes in again. He's already got fleeting time a while ago, so he can keep spamming those Divine Judgments off cooldown. Lamaj has just respawned. He's coming up mid lane, but they have to be very cautious about this Kaja. Falling Star Moon comes in. Divine Judgment gonna be used on Juviana, but Feathered Airstrike is not quite available, so Juviana is alive this time with the Revitalize. Lamaj doing damage from behind. AOG doesn't quite hit anyone, so Jinzu will end up going down as a result. The damage is there, but Agi going to get chased down. It's a double kill for Jowowski.
This is such valuable time that has gone where they restructured and draft and become the problem. And now they're in prime position to win this one, where Leon, even if they try to skirmish, this Phobius as well, we haven't talked a lot about him, but he's becoming a deterrent because the way that he keeps catching water in those dashes, and every time he jumps, it is a AoE. It's not like a big burst like Farsa, but it is enough to make you second guess yourself, where you feel like you're not really all that safe dealing the damage. So you always have to kite, and then now they have a problem because they don't have shred. They have a lot of burst, but not shred. And against someone like Phobius, you need some form of shred.
Yeah, I think Agi needs to actually try and steal Feathered Airstrike. Stealing Divine Judgment isn't really working out for them, but Hyde is very specifically staying completely out of view and not letting Agi have access to that. That is the risk of having to play a Valentina. Yes, you can steal the ults, but you gotta be able to steal the ults, and they're not letting that happen.
Pulling the Lord to the side, but I feel like they should utilize it since the since it's gonna go away anyways in 30 seconds. So yeah, might as well just use the holy defense, and I'll try to guard this. SGP looks like they want to get this.
Two-man Dark Wave, Flicker Landshaker on tree, but they don't quite have enough burst damage. AOG comes in, knocks up Malik TC. Meow goes down. They're trying to snipe them from behind. Jinzu will be traded away, but Water dive too deep, and the damage is too high. Divine Judgment locks him down. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
Yep, and this Kaja, man, this Kaja is a problem, bro. Even Water trying to get some kind of kill is gonna get taken down. And Molly just goes in.
Starmoon on 2. Into the Feathered Airstrike. Flickers forward. Lamaj is able to get away. Juviana has cleared up the mid wave. But look at how much damage he's taking. The advantage is too big. And the Flicker Divine Judgment once again pulling Aki forward. Emzu is popping off on this Kaja.
Yep. Oh, they found the answer, man. They found the answer. And now Leon, I think even they're stuck a bit. They're like, yo, bro, what happened? Just one break, and now they successfully reset. Malik is back on the fighter, and now the Feather Airstrike just zones them away.
I think this game has already gone too far, too fast here. Oh, the Divine Judgment once again. Jinzu not going to be able to survive it. The repeated pickoffs have become too much for LEON Esports to bear. We might be looking at a quick game here. They're going to be transitioning to end the game up top, but the minion wave does get cleared up at least.
Mm-hmm. Either ways, right now, like 7,000 goldie, man. At SGP, 15 kills to 5. So it looks like even without the Kalia, I would say the Cho is difficult, but yeah, this Kaja is such big value, and now they are in position of the Lord. I don't know how Leon can turn things around, because even if they have an amazing set, I don't know if they have the damage.
Yeah, I don't think so. They've fallen too far behind, and that's a big surprise considering that these are all very notable pocket picks for LEON Esports. Just one different piece of the recipe. The Kaja setting up for the Farsa has completely broken this game wide open.
Mm-hmm. So now, with 8,000, there is a very good chance that SGP can extend this. And now, Leon, they're the ones to be like, okay, hold on. Our drive is pretty good, but it's getting shut down by this Kaja. And Kaja is one of those heroes that I feel like, even if you do ban, you're going to ban in second phase. So now with 8,000 gold, I don't know, this might be the end. Oh, let pull!
Oh, the Divine Judgment! Water couldn't even dash away! This Kaja is destroying being Leon Esports. The Lord is pushing in. It's a 5v4 defense, and it's a 10k gold difference. I don't think the damage is enough. They're trying to draw the Lord away. Jinsu goes into the backline. The crystal's wide open though, and SGP, they want the win. They want to keep themselves in this. They will find the victory. And now the score is 3-2.
Yep, they found a way. They found the answer. And finally, I would say MLBB gets to play the game because, like, yo, they keep chasing after me. How about I just don't use a damage dealer? And then Jawowski going back into the gold all Yi Sun Shin for 1-11. Hey, maybe you just need a lot of damage here, Stafa, because so far the Lapu does not have a 100% win rate still. But the Farsa, though, so hard to catch. Like, surprisingly, so hard to catch now.
Yeah, it does seem that way, especially now that we're going more into fighters than anything. The range is short, the mobility is there, but not quite sufficient, especially since you have to deal with the rest of the teams. So Farsa appears to be the hero on contention in this grand finals game. Of course, it wouldn't have worked out so well if not for this Kaja pickup as well. It was just finding kills all over the place.
Yep, even though the MVP is Jawowski and well-deserved, but this Kaja, man, this Kaja is the real winner for the team. Engaging like crazy, and the decisiveness. He died first, right, in the early game where the gang came in from water, but after that, deathless, bro. Like, he did not get any more deaths after the initial one in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it was very crucial for Leon to make use of that very initial win to try and accelerate the game by stealing away Feather Dare Strike and Divine Judgment before Saigon Phantom had access to it, but I don't think they were able to quite do that. So once MZU had access to his ultimate and Leon was trying to farm the map apart, it became very easy to find singular targets.
Ah, I see. I think one of the reasons why Kaja was, I guess, not so great before is because there's no good targets to pick up, kind of like a Kalia, right? Where it's like, whoever you pick off, either you don't get the kill or you will get punished. In this game, you don't get punished because the damage isn't that much. Because somehow every single time they catch someone, the Lancelot was not around. And the one that they caught was the Lapu, which usually Lapu is the one to counter-engage. So if you take down the counter-engager first, then your catches will not get punished. So not only is it a good pick, but thinking back on it now, they keep catching the ones that causes them problem, making it very clean. Maybe in that game, instead of a Valentina, if they pick up something like an Eve, whenever the cash does come in, maybe the RWM can actually stop them, right? Maybe at least get a kill back for the team.
It is possible, though at the same time, Eve would also be vulnerable to Divine Judgment, so it's a bit hard to say. I think what really needed to happen was that LEON Esports needed to, after maybe the first catch or so, just group up and try to win a big fight. But there was some hesitation with the way they wanted to enter it, and especially after they already lost a couple of members before, they felt they were too behind to risk it. But taking the game slow is exactly what a Kaja comp wants to happen.
So now this is a development in the grand final, something that Leon has to consider, where it's not really an auto win because now they found the answer, and the answer is surprisingly Kaja, and in a way I guess is the Phobias as well, because having like the EXP laner just straight up in your face does make it seem like you just cannot hit your abilities, especially as a Granger. If somehow the Phobias is always in your face, as much as you want to deal damage onto Hyde or Jawowski, there's someone there to body block. Like even in this fight, you can see that the Lapu, whenever he does jump in, the team is almost uncoordinated, and it's not really the team's fault. It's just that the Phobias he just keeps getting in your way.
Yeah, I think the typical rubric now for a draft composition is to basically have at least 2 heroes that can soak or sustain damage, and to have consistent scaling and also high burst. if any of those parts are missing, whether it be by the draft or because a player falls behind heavily due to early targeting, then it becomes very difficult to team fight. It does appear to be a more snowbally type of meta, where if you fall behind initially, you don't have a lot of time and space to make up for that.
So now the question really is, what's gonna happen in what's this game number 6? Yeah,
6.
In game number 6. Yeah, what's the adjustment gonna be, and who's gonna be the one adjusting? I still feel like second pick is better, especially when we see picks like that Kaja, right? Completely out of the blue, pick number 5. So at least in a meta where you're really unsure what's going on, I think second pick is really preferable for the teams.
Well, it took a moment to adjust to that though. Blue side has been having some good advantages as well, being able to choose that very first hero. But it seems like Pharsa ended up being the more valuable piece of the puzzle. Though part of that is because the Lapu Lapu got focused pretty hard early on and thus was never able to hit a point where he could just out-sustain the Divine Judgment. So yeah, going into the next game, Pharsa seems to be the hero you have to worry about. Do you have the right tools? Do you actually have people that can catch her and stop her from building up these kills left and right?
Which honestly is pretty nice, because we've seen mid laners being more support than carries. So I'm really liking that Pharsa, at least in the M Challenge Cup, is starting to get a little bit more value, where picks like the Eve and Kimmy, they do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but really you want that slow, you want that immobilize, you want a way to start the fight. So I'm really liking that the Pharsa is starting to come back up. Not sure if there's any other damage dealers right now that can kind of compete. I would say Selena, but Selena is definitely like, it really depends on the players, you know?
Yeah, there's not a lot of mage heroes that can match the high on-demand burst that Pharsa provides while still scaling and also having some way of escaping from being caught. So Pharsa seems to be quite high value right now. Even other meta heroes like Eve, it's a bit more consistent damage. Lunox is very cooldown dependent, needs items as well. So you can kind of see how Pharsa is really emerging in a meta where you need damage early to stop frontliners from scaling up to become unkillable. Might be time to consider looking at heroes like the Kadita maybe, so that you can more easily find her in the back.
Yeah, other heroes, like I would say the closest is Novaria-ish, but she doesn't deal like FedEx, right? You have 3 shots, right? And her second skill is just 1. And there are moments where you can one-shot, but you need to hit your target, which, personally for me, I think Novaria is more difficult to hit than the Selena. Because Selena, honestly, even if you don't hit the stun, you can actually get a kill. You just gotta throw your mark on the opponent and just switch to demon form, and then that's enough damage. The same can be said about Novaria.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it might actually be just time to take out the Pharsa. Like, yes, you could technically play around it if you go for high dive compositions, but the consistency that this mage provides is very difficult to find among the hero pool. And even if you get rid of heroes like the Kaja, there's still things like Kalea, there's Franco, there's Cho, there's a lot of single target setup tanks that would work well with her that aren't really being contested.
So now the draft has started, and SGP is going to be first pick. Leon is going to be in the second pick. SGP, if they win this one, they equalize it. Because right now, Leon just needs 1, SGP needs 2. They're still batting out the Assassins. SGP batting out a Fanny, and then Leon batting out that Hayabusa. So Leon being the second pick. I wonder what is going to be the ban, and I wonder if SGP is willing to get a Pharsa first pick.
It might not be too bad, actually, to just go Pharsa first pick at this point. But oh, looks like Saigon Phantom are the ones to just take the Pharsa out of the pool entirely.
Now that is very interesting there. So Pharsa is off the table. So I guess Eve jumps up in value I wonder if there's other picks here. Or maybe they just want the Lapu again, but they don't want to risk going up against a Farsa. I don't know. This is very interesting coming in from Saigon Phantom. Oh, maybe they just want Yi Sun-shin first pick.
I think it's
Baxia,
possible
either
they
or.
want Yi Sun-shin first pick. Yeah, Yi Sun-shin or Baxia. So it's not impossible that they actually go first pick Lapu as well. Now that Farsa is gone, there's not as many heroes that might directly threaten him. Let's see, what would you want to ban here? There are... oh! Okay! Just
Ooh,
taking
making
the
it fair.
entire pairing out.
Yeah, I like that. They're basically making it fair and square. Almost like, okay, let's make this like just honest MLBB. No all this cheese. But there's a risk here. If SGP picks Yi Sun-shin and then Leon picks up Baxia, there's a chance that Hellcurt might come out.
True. The Hellkit has been getting either banned or just basically not considered viable due to other heroes already being locked in. So it might be a good time for Leon to pull out the cheese pick once again to at the very least guarantee their entry into the M7 wild cards. Now Saigon going to have that first choice. What do they want? It's going to be the Baxia.
Yep. Denying that possibility. Well, maybe not fully denying, right? Because there is still the Fredrin. But I feel like if you do see the Fredrin, then there's a chance that they can counter it with the Eve or the X-Board, or preferably, which I do want to see if SGP might even prioritize that, you know, like get the X-Board early, because the Farsa is not there. And if SGP gets Eve and X-Borg, there's not a lot of heroes that can deal with the X-Borg at that point.
That is true. I don't think they'll pick it in like the first two. There's a chance of getting it for Red 3. But I feel like it's actually okay to even leave the X-Borg for later in the draft. Because now that the Baxia has shown up, I don't think Saigon will be too worried about it since they're probably not going double fighting.
Yeah. Now, I was saying the X-Borg for SGP, because I feel like SGP, if they get Eve and X-Borg, they'll be pretty good. Yeah, that's what I was leading to, because having that Arlet does show that you're willing to pick up something like a Fredrin. And we can see SGP here, they're talking about what if the Fredrin gets picked up here. Do you want to take the X-Borg now or risk it getting banned? I feel like the Eve has to be picked here, because if not, you don't have a way to deal with the Kimi. The third pick there, I think that's the crucial one. Either pick up something like, you know, the X-Borg, or go for Rome, Gatot or Grok. But instead they go for the Yuzong to deal with the Arlet and the Eve.
Okay, surprisingly, even though Yuzong was one of the most popular EXP lane pickups throughout this tournament, this is the first time he's showing up in the grand finals. So going to be a very consistent source of dive here, and with Eve already taken out, that already reduces the amount of artillery that Leon will be able to play with. This Kimi might be in some danger if they don't pick up things that can stop that Yuzong.
Leon, they go for the Atlas here. Quite a good pick as well, because if there's going to be a lot of members of SGP being in melee range, he will be able to apply that passive onto multiple targets. Now, Leon, they have the opportunity, if they want, they can still go for the X-Borg, because I still feel like it's a very good X-Borg draft for SGP. Notably, Leon does not have a jungler yet, so maybe the Yi Sun-shin gets banned, and maybe even consider banning out the Lancelot as well.
I think if you're in SGP's position, you
Oh,
should
1-1.
consider getting rid of the junglers. Get rid of the 1-1 first, which makes sense, because we already saw the 1-1 Atlas combo during Game 2, and it was very difficult to handle. Atlas nowadays is very good at keeping people locked down, even without his ultimate.
So now, Leon, the final ban here. Is there any gold laner that you're really worried about? I kind of feel no. So do you ban out... I don't even know what really is risky for the draft. They ban out the Esme, which shows that maybe they want a Harif. Like, but that's just a maybe. I still don't know where Leon is going with this draft.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. It does lend credence to it being a Harif that's like the most obvious counter, but it also feels too obvious. It's almost like Leon is asking Saigon to ban the Harif as well. so that they can go in a different direction. There is still the possibility they go Granger. Granger Kimmy would be pretty solid. Lacks a little bit of AoE with the Atlas, but I think it's perfectly fine.
Yep, SGP here. They're gonna ban out the Harif. So yeah, maybe it worked out. Like you said, just in a way forcing it out. If Leon does not pick up the Granger here, I really feel like SGP will take it, and I feel like the draft really works well with a Granger. The only problem is I don't know if the Granger can reliably kill the Atlas, and Leon instead they're gonna show off their jungler here. So I wonder if they have a cheese pick for gold, because weirdly enough, I'm thinking of something like a Ixia.
I think they're setting up for export gold, actually. I have a feeling they're setting up for export gold. They're trying to bait SGP into building more like bulky frontliners, or at the very least backline dive. Though even just to deal with the Yuzong or Baxia would already be pretty good, since Lance and Kimmy scale pretty okay. But SGP steal it away along with the Joy in the jungle.
So this Baxia is going roam instead. So changing things up. So Leon, if they pick up the Granger, there is a chance that the Joy can answer that. So very interesting pick here, picking up the Joy. Asking the question, do you still want to go for that Granger? I kind of feel like, ooh, it is quite risky actually now that I look at it. They might still go for it, but it is quite risky, I have to say.
It's one of the safer pickups. Yeah, I think they have to go for it. Anything else would be a little bit too off meta, and they'll just have to take the risk. This means that the initiative is fully on Saigon Phantom. They have the way better early to mid-game draft.
Yeah, and this Eggsward, although I have to say SGP, this draft happened before, and you know, not for them, but this draft did drag the game up until 40 minutes. And this, if that's the case, it's gonna be a great test of stamina here, where this has already been like 6 games, and I feel like the players are starting to feel the fatigue just a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't impact their decision making as well as their mechanics, especially with things like switching up the items in between deaths.
Yeah, I hope not, but these players have already proven their tenacity. They have proven that they are willing to play that long game. They know what is at stake. That ticket to the M7 wild cards, the chance to represent their region on the international scene. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 6 of our MCCM Grand Finals. LEON Esports are still on champion point, but Saigon Phantoms have already stopped them once. Can they do it again?
Yep. So right now, in terms of the early aggression, it looks like Saigon Phantom, they are trying to win the mid here, because I think in a way it might be easier for you to pick off this Atlas. He is very tanky, but I feel like the best timing is the first 3 levels. Once he gets level 4, then it might get a little bit tricky, because his armor and magic resist is already quite high at that point, and there is a chance that he can turn things around on you, which is going to be quite interesting, because I wonder if they pick up Emzu, if that's even going to be a good thing, because with the Revitalize, Emzu can survive for quite a while, and it might actually hurt the team because he just keeps applying that life bane. So I don't know when Jinzu is going to use his Fate Links like onto who.
And compared to the previous game, there's not nearly as many Purifies on Saigon Phantom's side, so he's not going to be able to really bait too many things out either. He will be able to do a lot of damage here to Emzu, but here comes Jawowski with electrifying beats, forcing the disengage.
So now it looks like both teams, they are taking the time a little bit here, but Meow is trying to freeze the wave, but Juviana is making it so that he basically can't. And Juviana taking like good trades here. So it looks like for both teams, they're not taking a lot of risks. Now Black Dragon form.
Oh, Water goes in, gets petrified! 3-man petrified from the Yuzong, forcing full defensive maneuvers. They take Turtle away, they dodge the final slash, and Meow picks up first blood on Jinzu.
So this is this is already setting up pretty well for Saigon Phantom, but again, they cannot feel too comfortable. I feel for them to feel more in control, they got to start taking care of Lamage on this Granger. Don't let him scale up, because against a Granger, there's always that possibility for him to get 2 to 3 stacks, and then all of a sudden starts controlling the game. So I feel like Saigon Phantom, they can't celebrate just yet. Feels good. But hold on, with level 4, will they entertain the idea of ganking Meow? Looks like no. Meow is positioning himself to be ungankable.
I think considering that LEON Esports needs to scale, they've got 3 heroes that basically need items to do damage. It's very unlikely we're going to see them be particularly active on the map early on. The goal for the red side here is just to avoid fighting too much, actually, and scale into the mid-late game.
Able to freeze Mzu. Mzu taking a bit of damage coming in from Juviana, and now looks like Jinzu is gonna get taken down by Mzu.
Yeah, I don't think that was really worth it here. And now here comes Jawowski. They're looking for Juviana. He dashes through, is able to get some time in, but Jawowski picks up the kill. And now they are full diving, forcing Water out of his own jungle.
Yeah, and SGP, they look more composed, where Leon, it looks like they might be risking just a little bit too much, because you can definitely see if they get a kill there, then it will make things much easier for them. But I wonder if that's a little bit too desperate, because with that play, SGP is 1,000 ahead here, and Jawowski having that Genius 1 will make it much easier for Agi or Lamage. If they don't position themselves well, they might die to the electrifying beats once he is able to get them.
I think Leon just has to kind of cut their losses. They should be well aware that their comp scales way better into the late game. As long as they don't fall too behind in farm, they'll be absolutely okay. I think it might be time to just stop contesting turn. Oh, hold on, that was a flicker fatal links. They're trying to go in on high. They actually kill him off before the RLM does most of damage. Water, though, going to end up sacrificed for it.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're going to cut their losses, go for the fight. They go back to Juviana.
Yep, Juviana goes back in. Meow actually gets taken out, and now Mzu going to be left on his lonesome. They pick him off. Malik TZ comes in to do the burn damage. Has to use the last insanity to chase down Agi. Flicker at the last second escapes the explosion. Now Juviana re-enters the fray. Final slash misses, but it forces the flicker out from the export. Jawowski 1v3, doing so much damage. He picks up Lamage, but he's gonna get stunned by the Arlet. Juviana finishes him off.
I gotta say, Stafa, Juviana on this Arlet is no joke. It's like fighting a second Lancelot, just a little bit more tanky. Water eventually does get that turtle, and now, honestly, it is getting quite even here. Mzu with the very early blade armor, so Agi has to be careful, because yeah, you're dealing damage, but you're gonna get some return damage as well. Probably need just a little bit more armor for Mzu for it to really make a difference. But still, that is already a good start, so that this Kimmy essentially gets countered in about, I would say, another 4 to 5 minutes of the game.
That is one of the values of having Baxi as a roam rather than a jungler. You can go for these defensive items first to make sure that you're able to be a bit of a nuisance, since it's not as important for you to secure turtles and the such. But we have to remember, as long as LEON Esports are not behind in farm, they are actually in a good position. Their scaling is so high. And oh, the flicker forward! Jinzu picks up Mzu and the fatal links. Revitalize comes out. RWM gonna be used as well. Mzu in a bit of a sticky spot, but here comes the Black Dragon form. And now Jawowski gonna be looking for Lamage. Nice stun from Agi, but Black Dragon's on top of him. Final slash pushes all of them aside. Last Insanity comes out as well. Meow still alive. Jinzu gonna eventually be melted away by the Yuzong. Though Malik TZ gonna be chased down as well. Water even winning out the 1v1, chasing Jawowski down.
Dude, right now, Juviana is way too sticky, man. He does not let a target go. And it's a good thing that Lamage follows him, because he's essentially setting up kills so that he can get that Sky Piercer stack. Mzu is taking a lot of damage in this game, same as Jinzu. But again, as roamers, that's a sign of pride. And up top, Water is going to get this turret. Now, this game is quite even here, even with the goal lead over to Leon. But the kill score does favor still onto SGP. The turtle will spawn here. So, again, the mid laners is going to be the key. If Hyde gets targeted quite heavily, then I feel like Leon are in a very good position to get his turtle. And if MZU sticks onto Agi, I want to say it's bad for Agi, but if Juviana is close, I feel like Juviana is protecting him more than Jinzu.
Ooh, Juviana walks into the bush, instantly sets up the kill on Jawowski. Killing spree for the Arlet. Revitalized, not able to save the Joy. This is going to be a free turtle for LEON Esports.
The Juviana, man, like if he goes to the wild card, teams have to be careful of his Arlet. It's built death.
Traction Pulse locks in one. Phantom Execution comes out as well. MZU in trouble. Mega kill for the Arlet, but he's gone too deep. It's going to be a shutdown for Malik TZ as they finally finish off Juviana and even finds a double kill. Jinzu is stuck under the tower.
Yeah, Jinzu flicker forward. I don't know if he tried to catch someone because I wasn't aware. I think he did not have his ult, but avoidable death, but still completely fine. Looking at the goal differences here, it does look like Lamage has a slight gold difference. Oh, 800 actually, 800 to 900 difference against Malik TZ, but I feel like Malik TZ doesn't care that much because all he really needs is the War Axe. Anything after that is luxury. But Lamage having that Malefic Roar does make it difficult for both MZU and I would say Meow as well. The penetration should be enough to deal with these frontliners.
I think so, especially, again, since they have two marksmen and a Lancelot that can dive the backline. LEON Esports being ahead in farm is never a situation Saigon Phantom should be allowing, but unfortunately, they may have taken too many even trades leading up to this, and Jawowski having a little bit of difficulty on this Joy as well, since this Arlet is being a big pain in the butt.
Yeah, Arlet, I would argue the Atlas as well, but yeah, definitely this Arlet. Imagine you go in face checking, and then you know, as a caster, we're like, oh, boo boo, you might die there, but then he turned things around, gets a kill, so he's then bottoming up. Oh, hold on.
MZU comes from behind. The flicker from Agi and not going to be able to escape because Jawowski is there as well. He's chasing down Lamage with the electrifying beats. It's a double kill for the Joy. And now Jinzu going to be exploded away. Has to use the conceal defensively. Careful there, sir. You don't want to walk forward. They've lost their two marksmen. Water going to trade for the top tower.
That was such a good engage. I like that flank was amazing. I legit was looking at somewhere else. I did not notice it coming. And it really does put a screw in Leon's plan. Agi and Lamage got taken down. They will respawn for this Lord fight. I don't think that will happen again. But if somehow, some miracle that happens again, Jawowski gets his hand on both Agi and Lamage, then this is going to be troublesome for Leon. Keeps on doing that, and SGP will even out the score.
MZU trying to engage. Juviana looking for it. Fatal Links finds two. MZU melts away instantly, but now Jawowski inside the battle. He's melted down Agi in an instant. Jinzu will fall, but the damage is starting to build up. Black Dragon Form gonna be used. Juviana going ham on Malik TZ, but Meow not gonna allow him to continue that. Jawowski will be able to recall back to the base. But now Leon have control of the Lord. Without their front line, though, they're not willing to keep that control.
Looks like Jawowski has all he needs. After the Holy Crystal, he's much more confident of going for the kills on Agi as well as Lamage. And I would say it was also on Hyde. I think that's twice now where he was able to use RWM at the edge. So the moment he pops it, an instant stun comes up, giving room for the Joy to actually get the kill. Because the damage is there. You just need the setup.
Ooh, Juviana with the flicker final slash. Fatal Links catches two. It's a lot of damage, but Jawowski is bursting them so hard. MZU goes down. Jinzu gonna get melted away by Malik TZ with the flames and backline, but Juviana is doing so much work, and Lamage has already picked up a double kill in the backline. Juviana is still pushing. He is 1v2. He's chasing them back to the base, but here comes Jawowski final slash. Only one. He's still sustaining. Lamage is coming in, but his health is
what?
Juviana is out. This man is insane.
Bro, how this man uses the Arlet needs to be studied, bro. I mean, we've seen amazing EXP laners like Sanford Cram, and they all have amazing Arlets. But this guy, man, this is a legit 1v9. I don't know how he does it.
It's actually insane, especially spoken from someone who can't play Arlet for the life of him. Leon Esports still maintaining their grasp over the game thanks to Juviana basically splitting the fight in half by himself. And now the Lord is pushing down top.
Yeah, bro. Right now, like, dude, Juviana, man. Like, I don't know if they have like a finals MVP, but if they do, my vote's on that guy. Like, since game number 1, he's been performing very, very well. And the conceal has been used. And look at Jawowski, probably thinking of flanking as well, but cancels it out. Right now, Leon is in the base. Even taking this top inhibitor is taking a little bit of time, but eventually they do get it.
Looks like Leon gonna be playing it safe for now. They know that they've thrown leads in previous games and they've managed to solidify their position quite heavily currently. They'll just let the Lord handle the top tower and then they'll slowly but surely make their way in.
Yeah, they don't want to rush this. I think they don't want to rush it because they want to be always aware of where Jawowski is, because as strong as Juviana is, he doesn't have that full-on kill pressure after the nerf, where, again, late game, the damage of the Vengeance does scale down a little bit. Jinzu, is he going for Mzu?
They found Mzu. Revitalize, keeping him topped up, but it's not enough. It's killing spree for Water, and the Black Dragon form already eating half of Meow's HP. Jawowski was looking for the flank, but Leon are holding it together. The damage is starting to reach a point where it might be a bit too much for them to handle. Juviana jumps in, misses the final slash on Malik TZ, so the X-Borg is alive, but the mid inhibitor is not so lucky. The base slowly but surely being shaved away.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time to remind everyone. Right now, Leon is in match point. If they win this, they will be advancing to the M7 wildcards, being the champions of M Challenge Cup. So SGP, they have to defend no matter what. They got to figure out how to defend if Leon comes in and tries to end the game. This is the second time SGP tried to qualify for the wildcards. It was stopped before. And looking in the situation, it might get stopped again.
There is a good chance here. Leon Esports have held tight to the 7,000 gold lead and they have not let it go. And we all know that this is a double fighter side lane from Saigon Phantom as well. They've already lost out that early phase. They don't really have the scaling outside of Jawowski. He's going to need to find a beautiful backline flank.
Jawowski now having that Divine Glaive, so it should be that even if he missed Juviana, he should have enough damage. But look at the Lord here. The Lord is getting it chucked down. I don't know if SGP has the time to go for it. Mzu is trying. Water still secures it.
Now he got it. Juviana still alive as well. Revitalize comes out. Meow is doing already a lot of damage. Gets the Petrify out. Jinzu will fall. Juviana also not able to tank all this damage. But look at Aki and Lamaj are chasing them down with artillery fire. It's a mega kill for Lamaj. They pop the immortality on Malik TZ. Water is cutting off the flank. He's not letting Hyde go home. He's making sure that this is the end game. The Eve is gone. It's a double kill for Lamaj. Mega kill for Water. Lord is pushing down mid lane. Jawowski's the last one left. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Leon Esports are about to secure their ticket. It's a monster kill! And it's a wipeout! Leon Esports are your MCCM Season 6 champions!
And look at this. Leon coming in from Laos, qualifying to the M7 wildcards. SGP right now, the disappointment in their faces. Again, stop just shy of going to the wildcards. But this is a moment to celebrate, and this is the champions, Leon Esports.
final move, LEON Esports officially cements their title as the M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 6 champions. They will be representing Laos, they will be representing Mekong. Move on to the M7 wildcard.
Yep.
As always, there will be a post-match interview. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the host on stage.
chính sự nỗ lực của các bạn. Thank you so much. And now you can move back to your seats to continue today's event. Vâng, thưa quý vị, một giải đấu thì luôn có rất nhiều những trận đấu kịch tính và những người kiến tạo nên những màn đấu kịch tính đó không ai hết chính là những tuyển thủ của chúng ta. Và xuyên suốt những hành trình đó thì chúng tôi đã chứng kiến một bước nhảy vọt và rất nhiều những thành tích đáng ngờ đến từ chủ nhân của giải thưởng Final MVP. So ladies and gentlemen, right now, let's join me in welcoming to the stage the winner of Final MVP. And the winner is a member from LEON Esports. Let's welcome Aki. Và thưa quý vị, chủ nhân của Final MVP đó chính là Aki, một thành viên đến từ LEON Esports và người sẽ giúp chúng tôi trao giải cho người đặc biệt này. Xin được chào đón ông Hoàng Việt Thành. Please welcome to the stage the head of Visa Solutions, Vietnam and Cambodia. Let's welcome Mr. Hoàng Việt Thành, who will present the award to the winner of Final MVP. Congratulations to Aki! Thank you so much for all of your hard work and dedication to this year's season. Congratulations! Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn ông Hoàng Việt Thành và xin được chúc mừng cho chủ nhân của giải thưởng Final MVP. Và ngay bây giờ để cùng với tất cả những tuyển thủ xuất sắc của giải đấu năm nay, chúng tôi xin được mời lên sân khấu các tuyển thủ thuộc đội vô địch, Á quân và hạng 3 cùng với các đại diện của những đơn vị tổ chức, nhà tài trợ và các đối tác đồng hành sẽ cùng góp mặt trên sân khấu để cùng ghi lại những bức ảnh kỷ niệm và cùng đánh dấu một hành trình rực rỡ của MCCM Season 6 đã khép lại một cách vô cùng thành công. Right now, we would like to invite all members of the champion, runner-up, third place teams and representatives of the organizers, sponsors to come forward for more group photos to mark this remarkable journey of MCCM Season 6. Let's welcome to the stage all team members of the champion, LEON Esports. Let's welcome, here we have LEON Esports. And now, let's welcome the runner-up, our runner Saigon Phantom. Let's welcome the team 3V Esports and 189 Esports. Let's come on the stage. And next, let's welcome the representatives of the organizers and partners. Let's be on the stage. Và sau đây xin được mời các thành viên trong ban tổ chức, đại diện của các đơn vị, đối tác, tài trợ và đồng hành cùng chương trình sẽ cùng góp mặt trên sân khấu để cùng với chúng tôi lưu giữ lại những bức ảnh trọn vẹn cảm xúc cho giải đấu ngày hôm nay. And now I would like to invite all members of the organizing committee, the representatives of the organizers and partners. Let's welcome. Please be on the stage and look at the camera for more good photos. Thank you everyone for making this season so successful with a lot of emotions and a lot of memories. And right now, let's take this moment to take more beautiful group photos. Xin được mời tất cả quý vị sẽ cùng hướng mắt về phía khu vực máy ảnh ở chính giữa để cùng với chúng tôi lưu giữ lại những ảnh đẹp nhất ngày hôm nay. Right now, let's look at the camera, smile and take the best photos. This journey is so powerful, inspiring. So right now, let's take this moment to take more group photos. Don't forget to smile. Every step in this journey is so powerful. And once again, thank you so much to every individual. Please stay. Okay, so for now, let's look at the video recorder. We will say MCCM Season 6. Okay, I will count from 1 to 3. And after that, let's say MCCM Season 6. Right now, let's look at the camera. Are you ready? Yay! 1, 2, 3! Yay! Congratulations! Thank you everyone for your dedication to this season. Xin được cảm ơn tất cả quý vị, cảm ơn tất cả những đơn vị, những đối tác truyền thông cũng như là những đơn vị đã cùng với chúng tôi tạo nên mùa giải đặc biệt ngày hôm nay. Cảm ơn tất cả những vị khách quý, các bạn đã cùng với chúng tôi tạo nên một bầu không khí không thể nào đặc biệt hơn cho trận đấu chung kết ngày hôm nay. Và xin được trân trọng cảm ơn sự đồng hành của Visa, đối tác đồng hành chính thức của giải đấu với thông điệp luôn bên bạn, nơi bạn muốn đến, và FPT Wi-Fi 7, đối tác đường truyền mạng. Một lần nữa cảm ơn tất cả các tuyển thủ vì những nỗ lực không ngừng nghỉ của mình, và các bạn xứng đáng trở thành những nhà vô địch trong trái tim của những người hâm mộ, những người đã luôn theo dõi tất cả các bạn. So once again, we would like to say sincere thanks to everyone, to every team member. You worked so hard during this season, so thank you so much, and let's enjoy your vacation ahead. Thank you so much. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn tất cả quý vị và hy vọng rằng chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục được chào đón những trận đấu mãn nhãn hơn nữa trong tương lai của Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Xin cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại tất cả quý vị. Once again, thank you so much and see you soon in the future.